Hello and welcome to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. It's the grand final today. It's a best of 5. These teams have been battling through the playoff bracket to get here, and it will be Endpoint and Fireflux taking each other on for for the majority of the prize pool.
Yeah, the majority of the marbles. Not all the marbles, but the majority.
I was going to say all the marbles, but it is the majority, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Getting that first place,
though,
that's essentially all the marbles, right? First place, that's what both these two teams are looking for. And I'm really excited for this game for 2 reasons. Obviously, we've watched this entire tournament so far, watched both these two teams, their pathway through the playoffs, and I've really enjoyed watching Fireflux. They're an entertaining team of who play entertaining Counter-Strike with the likes of Skrunk and Soulfly and Sensei playing aggressive, following up with the likes of Paz in the late rounds. They play really entertaining Counter-Strike. It's been really fun to watch them because they play good Counter-Strike. Whereas on the Endpoint side, they've been playing a little bit iffy Counter-Strike, but every single game they've played has been a close affair and an absolute banger. And I've really enjoyed watching their games because of how tight that they've been, how nail-biting, how down to the wire, how close, and how just a small mistake can cause rounds to slip through just not just their fingers, but their opponent's fingers as well. So that being said, I mean, we could be in for anything here in this best of 5, especially considering, as I just said there, it's a best of 5. We've got 5 potential maps to play.
Yeah, and I think nothing embodies that nail-biting, aura that Endpoint have had throughout this tournament more than that Mirage game that we had yesterday, where they were 11-1 down on Mirage. They make the comeback, go to overtime, and end up winning the map. I mean, you could obviously argue it was a bit of an apple crumble from the other team, but the fact that Endpoint were able to lock in and not make any major mistakes throughout that entire run is very impressive.
Yeah, it was. Their CT side certainly stepped up, but I think it showcases really the characteristic and style of Counter-Strike that Endpoint have. So just to recap their run, they had a really close 2-1 against Reveal in the quarterfinals. Reveal, they impressed us. Even though they're a main team, they played some nice Counter-Strike, had some good individuals, but Endpoint just about closed that one out. And then another nail-biting game, as you mentioned just there, against Pacific Esport with an 11-1 comeback on map number 3. But that comeback, for me, it was facilitated off weak T sides from both teams, but on the CT side was where Endpoint's individuals were able to step up. We had Sayot finding a lot of impact on that anchor role, where he's more often than not been quite inconsistent as an anchor. He's been swapped, especially on Mirage, which was the map in question, been swapped between B and A. He's now the A anchor, and there are times where you can see he's not got that anchor mentality, that sort of habit of, okay, I need to prioritize the round win and be selfless here, rather than, trying to get curious, initiate fights, and find the highlights, rather than letting the highlights come to him. But he did have moments where he stepped up. The same for Crucial, who's also been an inconsistent note for Endpoint. He lacked a lot of team play in some late rounds on the maps which Endpoint have gotten close, but when he is hitting shots, when he is on form and able to take over games, he's a force to be reckoned with. The one thing for me when it comes to Endpoint is we're due in a Zulu Star game. Throughout this entire tournament, he's not necessarily been missing, but he's not been in carry form, which we know he's capable of, just having a game where he'll just hold W and take over the map. It's something we've not had so far, and I'm expecting it to happen at least on one of these maps in the best of 5.
Yeah, the other thing as well, which I think might maybe flies slightly under the radar, you've had some of the old boys from Endpoint, the likes of Surreal yesterday, who crept up to the top of the scoreboard very quietly in almost like a classic Crims-esque sort of performance where you're like, you're not really paying that much attention to the score, and then it gets towards the end of the game, and you're like, blimey hell, Surreal, he's at the top of the scoreboard, he's top fragging, and he was having some key impact moments, don't get me wrong as well. But also Mighty Max was a rock on the B-bomb site anchoring. There were multiple rounds where he got tested by Fireflux, and he was picking up multi-frags on the entrance, which is all you can ask for as your B anchor, and this is while he's in-game leading. And
it was more so that those multi-frags he found on the B site came at such crucial moments as towards the tail end of regulation, at the end of the comeback, where I think for most of the game, or towards the end of the game, he was only on 6 kills when it was something like 11-9 or something. And then the last 2 rounds, the Pacific Esports were like, okay, let's try and hit Mighty Max because he's not having a good game. Let's desperation. We need to close this out. Let's try and abuse their weakest player. And their only round before that in the T side came from abusing Mighty Max. But then the last couple rounds, they try and pop B, and 2 rounds in a row, Mighty Max gets in massively impactful multi-kill. And yeah, it just goes to show on Endpoint, as I said, their individuals do have the capability of multi-kills, taking over games, but when those players don't get multi-kills, when at least one of their players isn't taking over a game, or the players aren't finding the multi-kills, then they do look a little bit lost. Their fundamentals can be a bit lackluster, and they allow their opponents to get 1v1 fights and creep their way back in from disadvantaged scenarios.
Yeah, and then on the other side as well, Fireflux, they've got some really interesting players too. I mean, the likes of Soulfly, who is just seems to be king of aggressive rifling. He loves getting involved. He loves getting super aggro. I mean, in their opening game on Anubis against Sissy State Punks, you've got him running just dry, no indication, no stairs smoke, no nothing on Anubis, running as CT through mid, and just hopping out the window into canals and having a scrap. Which is something, you don't see all that often. Now, interestingly, we didn't see them repeat that in their game, their next game on Anubis. They looked a little bit more timid, which was interesting to see. But then you had the other riflers stepping up. You had Skrunk having some really key, impactful moments. And of course, Sensei as well on the Orb.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Their team is stacked with firepower on their aggressive players, including their AWP, who can, if they work together, if they have this synergy, will just demolish their opponent no matter what, especially at this sort of level of Counter-Strike. But that game against EXO on Anubis, it showed that there are weaknesses. Because as we mentioned, throughout their entire run, which I'll just quickly go over, they breezed through their bracket. A 2-1 versus SSP, Sissy State Punks, and a 2-0 stomp against EXO. The only close map was an overtime loss against Sissy State Punks on Dust 2. But in that game on Anubis against EXO, there was a marked contrast, a marked difference between SSP, where, as you said, they were getting really aggressive, just dominating CT side Anubis, taking every fight they wanted to, and it was really well coordinated. But then a week later against EXO on Anubis, they looked a little bit scared, not as assertive and much more shy. But we've not even gone through the veto yet, but we're going straight through the game, Harry.
We have, yeah, we've been yapping. We'll maybe recap the veto during an eco round, which I'm sure will come up at some point. We got the pistol here first, though, on Anubis. This is Fireflux's map pick. Endpoint choosing their T-side start here. It's going to be 5 Glocks for Endpoint. A little bit of utility in play, a Molotov and a smoke grenade as they look to play a contact in towards the A bomb site. A lurk in play on Surreal as well. Molotov is going to kick things off. Mighty Max taking point with the bomb. Dinks Banjo. He's going to fall back to play retake.
Should be Endpoint able to guarantee a nice $600 cash injection from this bomb plan, but also searching for a deep post plan in towards CT, the box room. 3 players lying in wait. Deep flash, they swing in front of it, and Azu and Sayot chime in with 2. Sensei trying to get involved with these Julies, but it'll be an absolute shutdown. Endpoint, a beautiful post plant there, disrupting the retake attempt of Fireflux. Leaves Paz with the Julies, but he won't be making much noise. Endpoint get their first on the board.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Endpoint. Nice and decisive in the pistol round. I imagine we'll be seeing... Never mind. No, we are going to be seeing a bit of a force for Fireflux. Going to be going for... Okay, there we go. We have got an MP9 on Soulflight. I was waiting to see if anybody else was going to bother buying up. It seemed like he was the only one committed to that one, but no, they have all committed except for Sensei's. A little bit of extra cash in the bank for the AWP later on. Early play towards the B-bomb site for Endpoint. Smoke spam. He's in trouble here. Playing around the pillar. Tagged down to 6 points of health already. Crucial's been tagged through the smoke. Paz anticipated. Flashbang gives him away.
A nice opening attempt there from Endpoint. Barrage utility on towards the B-bomb site. Ooh, hello, completely caught off guard. The same for Mighty Max. This is the aggression which we wanted to see from Fireflux that was missing in their CT side of Anubis against EXO. And yeah, they're bringing out Enforce at the right time, at the right moment, full of confidence, not backing down, taking these fights with the MP9s. And it puts Endpoint in a 2 versus 4. Just as I was about to go on a little bit of a rant there to praise the way they try to go for an opening towards B. You barrage the site with utility, go for the wide swing, make it uncomfortable with multiple players for that B site. But Fireflux, under the cover of that smoke, they try and withstand, and they buy enough time and information for their teammates to get aggressive, find those Endpoint players who are on the extremities.
Yeah, really nicely done by Fireflux. But of course, Endpoint not out of it just yet. 40 seconds left. Still got 2 players with rifles here. Endpoint. Looks like A will be the end here, where Banjo lies in wait on just 15 points of health. Be a miracle if he even gets one and done here. Steps heard. He can call for the rotation. The scramble comes in for Fireflux. How long can Banjo wait?
Going to have to rush this.
There's one.
There's not enough time.
Yeah, Surreal. Running out of time. Has to commit to the plan. Can't do it. Needs to escape. Get out of there.
Yeah, it did look a little bit sketchy for Banjo. Surreal. Will go down after time. Look at the cash on Surreal. $600. That's all. That's just from his kill reward. But yeah, Banjo, it did look a little bit scary for him, tucked in towards the site on A. But yeah, the time wasn't on Endpoint side. Banjo trying to let that clock tick as far down as possible before taking any engagements. If he took a fight early there, then he risks losing that fight, giving Endpoint the safe ability to get this bomb planted.
Instant headshot onto Surreal as well, onto Azuru rather.
Yeah. 1-1 scoreline. Endpoint broken in the second, looking to try and get payback in the third. Forcing up pistols and Kevlar. A pop on towards this B-bomb site, but Paz isn't letting anyone in.
Feels a bit disorganised, this B-pop. Sayat is on his own now. We had Mighty Max going in first. Zuru sort of leisurely joined him afterwards, and then the 2 players behind who were throwing the nades were miles away.
Yeah, personally, it feels like they're a little bit rattled from that aggression that came in round number 2. Round number 1, they looked really coordinated in their site hit, in their post plant. They were like, okay, we've taken the site. This is how we're going to approach our post plant. This is our win condition. Fight them, shut them down. Looked great. Then they get caught off guard by the aggression coming in on round 2 in the mid-round of all things. And it seemed to have rattled them a little bit because that site hit on towards B was, well, pants.
Yeah.
For want of a better word.
While there is an eco, we'll have a quick yap through the veto. So, Fireflux banned Nuke. Both these teams share the first ban of Nuke. Fireflux banned it, not wanting to float it in the veto at all. Endpoint ban Ancient, which is a map that they have not been very good on recently, to put it mildly. They've got they're winning 1 in 4 maps, and they've played it like 20 times in the last 3 months. Anubis, here we are, first map. Endpoint picking T-side on that one. Then Endpoint picked Mirage. Fireflux CT on that. Fireflux then picked Dust 2. Endpoint picked Inferno, which leaves Vertigo as our decider, which ended up being a bit of a joker pick for Endpoint earlier on in the tournament. The interesting thing being that Fireflux are actually pretty good on Vertigo themselves as well. So It's interesting that that's been left all the way to the end. So if we get there, could be in for a banger.
Yeah, I was really excited looking at the veto initially as to knowing that both teams share the same permaban. If they both float it, what shenanigans could we get up to in the veto? But Fireflux don't want any funny business. They've just said, no, we'll just ban it straight away. Even though Endpoint don't play it, we don't want to risk them trying to punish pick it against us. because they just permaban and get it out straight away. But Paz permabanning Mighty Max out of this round. A wide swing into B main, catches Max with util in hand. Already an opening pick and man advantage. This is the aggression that we're talking about, right? Knowing that right time to be disruptive. Paz?
Yeah.
Might not want to overdo it though.
Fireflux really do just have like an innate sense of how to be aggressive here on Anubis, and can be a tricky skill to master. Anubis isn't a conventional map compared to the other 6 in the pool, in that the T's are the ones that start with all the map control, and you're not normally starting with as much aggression on your CT side as you have to on Anubis. Sensei's nice peek, even doubles up onto Sayot. Surreal finds himself in a 1v5.
Yeah, we'll just be shifting in through the doors. If you can find a fight, will isolate Soulfly. Puts it to the 1 versus 1. Oh, 1 versus 1? 1 versus 4. I don't know how I made
that was quick.
Up. Yeah, I was going to say, that was quick to go to a 1 versus 1. No, 1 versus 4. Wins a 1 versus 1 fight.
He's got a lot going for him here. Granted, like he's got 30 seconds on the clock, which is a bit of a sticky one, but he has got a good amount of health on him. He's got the AK and the bomb. But he needs to find 2 kills on this bomb site in order to attempt to get the bomb down. The key player to eliminate is Paz. He's so laser focused on Skrunk at the moment. There's Paz eliminated. Now he can try for that plant. He's covered. Here's the steps in Temple. Again, can isolate a fight as he tries to close the distance. He knows Skrunk's going to swing in at some point. Can't quite get the timing. Skrunk will come out on top. That's a 4th for Fireflux.
One thing which is interesting to note, whilst you were touching on the fact that this map is T-sided, is it's also the most one-sided map in the pool statistically. More T-sided than Nuke is CT-sided. I mean, relatively speaking, this game is T-sided in general, but the fact that when you master the CT side of Anubis, you can make this map no longer look T-sided. It makes it look really impressive, but the difference is the fact that this map is so T-sided, I think that goes to show how hard it is to master that aggressive CT style which Fireflux bring in.
Again, a B main aggression. Skrunk not sticking around though. It is against pistols. Gonna line up a flash.
It's a lot of information off the back of that aggression, even if there was no lethality behind it.
Re-smoke in main as well, blocking. They have full A main control here, Fireflux. Limited amount of mid info, but Soulfly is starting to re-clear. Endpoint going for a cheeky little boost over the B main smoke. But all's quiet. I think this is perhaps the longest we've gotten into a round so far without there being an opening kill.
Yeah, I think that might be due to the amount of information that Fireflux had gathered, but Mighty Max has found the hole, found the gap, and an immediate opening onto Soulfly. Double dink on the Tech 9, that's going to really compromise this B site, but I don't hate the setup from Fireflux. They know that B main was heavy presence, and Mighty Max coming in through Temple. Paz and Skrunk going to be focusing in towards CT. It's a messy spray on the first, but Paz is going to hold well on the second.
It's the firing squad in CT spawn. Surreal going to swing out, picks 1, knows there's a second to transfer to. Should be able to, there we go, bit of a messy spray, takes it back to Dink. This whole time Banjo coming in from the flank. Does mean Surreal going to be unsuccessful in another clutch. Vastly outnumbered clutch.
It looked decently well set up from Endpoint. You get deep B main control, they freeze, they let the time tick down, they start to work a little bit in towards middle, they're not met with anything, and they can set themselves up perfectly for the split, especially after Mighty Max gets that kill onto Soulfly. It looks so promising, but a brilliant setup there from Fireflux. 2 in towards CT, they say, look, you can have the site, you've still got to try and get past us to actually commit to that plan. But it will be crucial with the opening now that the AWP is in place at Endpoint. Soulfly removed very early on.
Skrunk. Super aggro here. Surreal's going to need to clear this.
Do Endpoint know that he's here? That's the question that I have. Considering Surreal's about to throw utility, I very much doubt it. Molly's thrown to try and set up Sail.
Oh, it's a bit of a fumble from Scrunk. Surreal whips round. Starts to be a problem for Fireflux. Endpoint have a man advantage. Paz going to pop the smoke, try and catch a player on the cross. The bomb will go down. Flash through jail. Paz looks to get aggressive here. The swing from Sayot will catch him, and Sensei getting tagged up through the smoke. This might be a save for Fireflux. Endpoint with a nice B-pop.
Yeah, this should be a save all day. Even though Banjo's got 10k on him, Paz doesn't have too much. He's been involved so much in the action. They need to prioritize preserving that economy. I do love the amount of confidence that Fireflux are bringing with the aggressive plays, especially over towards B, compared to yesterday. But Skrunk's already had a couple shaky sprays. Against the pistols, it didn't cost him, but that time it did. He's one of the players to look out for when it comes to the aggression here on Anubis CT side. The other player I would say is Soulfly, but Endpoint have not really had much difficulty with him so far. Mighty Max dealt with him on a Tech 9, and then that last round, Soulfly actually gave Endpoint the opening, was Crucial posted up on mid. If Endpoint can deal with Soulfly consistently, and if Skrunk is not hitting as many clean shots as you'd hope, Endpoint could have a good opportunity to maybe steal this map away. Trade onto Sensei towards middle as Endpoint pounce. A 1-for-1. On map control gained. Compromised rotation now for Fireflux, and Mighty Max can try and cut them off.
Nice shot from Crucial. Eliminates Soulfly. Man advantage Endpoint. They look to close in on this A-bomb site. Paz caught. Banjo's still in position here. Mighty Max gonna go down, trying to catch Crucial, but there the flank comes in. Azuu makes his presence known in A main, and Skrunk, with it all to do in this 1 versus 3, finds the timing out heaven. Caught by Azuu though, and now Endpoint can converge. Make it 3 rounds.
Triple kill from Crucial as well. He was one of the players leading from the front, and that massive comeback yesterday in the quarterfinals. He was the highest rated player in that quarterfinal series. Again, he's one of the newer additions for Endpoint, although a very familiar face for them. Played with Mighty Max and Surreal on Endpoint for many years, but short vacation on Into the Breach. But he's an AWP who has a very high ceiling, can find those multi-kills.
Surreal.
Posted up.
Looked out to jail. As soon as the smoke expires, Paz surely is a goner, and he is. Swing from Cave will catch Surreal off guard, but Crucial there to eliminate the Temple player, and a headshot from Skrunk isn't enough as Mighty Max responds in kind. AK beats the MP9 all day.
Crucial still has to try and get this bomb across, but they've got plenty of time to wait. And they can wait for Sayot to come in on this flank. As soon as he gets one, it might secure the cross, but Banjo's decided to activate early.
Hello.
The flash comes through. Whiff from Sayot, but eventually will find the kill. Sensei missing the flick. Into the 1 versus 2, Banjo. Looking for the quad kill. He'll deploy util to block off Sayot.
Molotov's good.
Yeah. For his own util.
Banjo attempts to get ahead of the smoke with just 5 seconds left as well. Endpoint would have had to have gone for that fight.
Yeah. That was not optimal. I mean, I can understand what they were doing, right? Crucial was said, okay, I'm not going to risk crossing. We don't have the utility to get ourselves across. Actually, that's not right. Zulu had a smoke.
28. There were 28 seconds. There was plenty of time. I got confused by the round restart.
Yeah, but Endpoint I managed to break the bank for Fireflux. It's just pistols. Again, aggression in towards middle. Mac 10 of Sayot taking point, but a beautiful counter flash. Shuts him down. Mighty Max is there to trade, but he does have the bomb on his back. Can't stick around too long, so he has to drop. Go the map control. She's going to be walking the smoke. It is,
oh,
and
no way.
Messy from Surreal.
But also a screamer of a shot from Sensei. Does a 90-degree flick. Endpoint should be able to clean up nicely here. Pass from Heavens making it messy. Oh dear. Oh dear,
Not
oh dear.
clean at all. It's you go 1 for 1 in towards middle. You then lose a rifle over towards mid again, which is Surreal caught by a player just pushing through the smoke. 3 versus 4, you accelerate over towards that A bomb site, and the fights are not clean whatsoever. It obviously doesn't help that Crucial has an AWP, not the weapon you want up against pistols. They just get whittled away. The HE is enough to finish them off. Fireflux, despite being on pistols, they win that round. 2 rounds left in the half. Endpoint still able to buy, though, and get AKs out. Now they're looking to try and test Banjo on this B site.
Crucial swinging into the connector peak will eliminate Sensei's.
Yeah, another opening from Crucial. Not looking to slow down anytime soon. Unlike the rest of his team, Endpoint going to be playing nice and slow. Taking their time, letting this util fade. They're just going to contact him towards A main. Banjo. First information he'll get of this will be that utility, that smoke, that molly. Will be a full site execution. Banjo trying to hide around the smoke, but it's 2 quick entries from Azu and Mighty Max. As on Soulflight, 2 versus 5 should just look to save already. They don't have to cash for the next round.
Yeah, nice firm response from Endpoint. Important that they didn't let that eco loss get to them. So a nice site exec onto the A bomb site. They hit their shots on the way in through the door, and 2 players remain for Fireflux to save, but Endpoint should know. Money on the breaking point. Start to search a little bit.
Saving these weapons will guarantee a nice healthy buy on the final round of the half of Fireflux, just about. There we go, the AWP, 5 rifles, 4 rifles behind the AWP. Decent amount of utility, but they are missing some incendiaries. Another attempt for an opening peek towards B main. A counter flash keeps Paz at bay.
Scrunk going for a peeking connector. Miss spray from Seot. Gives the opening to the CT side. Zoo popping the smoke in main. Gets a little bit of info. Endpoint group mid. 3 players going to be taking contact. Sensei on the position with the AWP. Free kill onto Crucial. Repositions now to hold onto camera. Different angle. Drop a HE again, popping the smoke. Zoo in the meantime works in through main, and Sensei caught. Beautiful headshot. Mighty Max eliminates Banjo. Split between 2 angles. 3 on 3. Retake utility going to come in. Soulfly ahead of the Molotov. His teammate not with him. Blocked out behind. Scrunk falls. This is such a difficult retake for Fireflux. Deep flash. Dodged by Mighty Max, but still he goes down regardless. Soulflight swinging in. Can't take down Surreal. It's Paz in the 1 versus 2. Bomb already so far ticked. He does have a kit though. And he's landed the final kill to boot. It's going to be 7-5 at the half. Fireflux, 2 rounds in the lead.
Yeah, that looked like a really good recovery from Endpoint to get that bomb site. Get it into the 3 on 3, but again, Post plants in the late round, lacking those win conditions, lacking the crossfires, lacking the trades. Zulu, realistically, could have just played the bomb here. Yeah, and perhaps wanting to try and take the fight before there's a possibility of Paz dropping a smoke. Yeah, 2-round lead at the half for Fireflux. Endpoint now on the CT side. Fireflux going to be shifting over towards B, but there's a stack in play. Dooley's at the ready. Smoke going to come through towards Temple. Surreal fully blinded. Destroyed, but Seon crucial. They've still got USPs and they're still doing damage. A couple kills in quick succession. Now leaves Skunk 1 versus 3. No Kevlar, and he'll be made light work of. Nice double kill between Seon and Crucial.
It's an interesting pop from Fireflux. I mean, it's not uncommon going for the Temple smoke and popping onto the B bomb side. The issue being, if you've got a heavy stack, such as what Endpoint had, playing in the back lines, you have to close the distance so far. If you're not landing those initial shots, then you end up stuck between so many angles where these USPs can just let rip. That's exactly what happens.
And there's a lot of places to hide on that B site where you can try and dodge the flashes. And on the pistol round, you're very limited as to how many flashes you have, but not on the second. There's Sensei. Catches Azubu after Soulfly's flash fully blinds him. Reaction from Mighty Max has to force his way out in towards A main and does find Banjo and Paz, but quick trade comes through from Paz. The spray unruly on the MP9. Hard to control. And disadvantage as the bomb is planted. Endpoint looking to retake in through the heavens. The smoke comes through right in Crucial's face. Soulfly shuts the door.
There's no way back into this bomb site for Endpoint. Not now. Not with that kill from Soulfly. Free upgrade to the M4. Surreal going to hang around to see if he can catch an overextension, but this round is done. Fireflux drop the pistol, immediately win the force buy.
That smoke was so unfortunate. Like, you could tell Crucial was ready for that fight to come to him. Then the smoke blooms in his eyes like a flashbang as soon as the fight comes through. Drunkeem going to hunt down Sayot. That's the one M4 that Endpoint still had. Removed. A second round break from Fireflux.
It's a well-timed peek from Soulfly as well. The fact that he waits for that smoke to plume and then he has all the advantage as Crucial makes his way through.
That's both pistols won by Endpoint, but both second rounds broken by Fireflux.
Yeah, it's not good. See, in some way, even more devastating than losing the pistol.
Oh,
is losing that conversion.
I think. Especially on that CT side. Down to just 1,400 per player. Only just enough for Azulu to get Kevlar on a 5-7. Max helped out by the kill reward of the MP9 in the previous round. Gives him some more utility to work with. Will be stacked up just outside connector, looking to go for a retake. Soulfly. That's the info. Drop a HE. Shrapnel avoided. Beautiful flashbang. Fully blinds them, but a messy spray. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
So much damage done to Azuru, though. He's down on just 11 points of health. And now he's gone. Nice HE bounced off. Soulfly looking to clear plat. Walks into a crossfire, but his teammates are there to recover. Mighty Max. Locked out. 1v3. He can get an exit here. Save a rifle. Probably the best case scenario for him, given the situation.
Not going to be. Paz wins the fight at range, the 5-7. Going to struggle with that one if it's not the insta-dink. Fireflux extend their lead up to 9. Bank completely broken now for Endpoint. That third round force buy doesn't pan out, so they have to go for a full USP round. Not a single dollar invested.
Soulfly walking up close to connector yet again. Full control of this space. Endpoint nowhere near, of course. They're looking for a bit of a pop through this mid smoke. Surreal first to fall. Scrunk, wild spray through the smoke. Will fall, but ultimately it's an empty Tech 9 that's been handed across.
Fireflux are very split up right now. Their trade potential is awfully weak. But do have the better weapons, and Triple Peak eventually comes through. But yeah, there was a strange anti-eco from Fireflux. They split up across the map, and it's not like they all had SMGs. The majority of them were rifles. I think there was only like one Mac 10 on Scrunk in middle. But you have Scrunk working deep in towards mid, Soulfly working deep in towards connector. You have another player working deep in towards A main. They're spreading themselves so thin, but in doing so, because they're up against pistols, they're searching for that stack. As soon as one of them meets resistance, then they can say, okay, that's where the stack is, and go elsewhere. But that only works out if there is a stack. Endpoint could have forced up again, could have gone with Deagles and Kevlar, and then win a 1v1 fight against Soulfly with an AK. There you go, rifle picked up. Do the same over towards A main, another rifle picked up. That style of play, the round could very easily slip away from you.
Certainly can. At the minute, the game's looking to slip away from Endpoint as they are 4 rounds behind. Fireflux now on double digits. An aggressive main push from Endpoint. They commit so many more bodies to it, though, than Fireflux did in the previous, which means mid's left open. And Scrunk takes full advantage. And then, consequently, the defenders on the A bomb site have to fall back into the back lines. They have to relinquish so much control of main because mid's now open. Looks like Canals might be the next aggression. In fact, no, Endpoint are just going to set a crossfire in the back of the bomb site.
Bit of a gamble. They're playing very passive towards mid and A to compensate for this.
Might pay off. Sayot. Spot Soulfly coming out of the connector. Bit of a delayed response. Looking to pivot now as the utility pours onto the bomb site here. Crucial. Manages one. Sayot with another. Mighty Max cleaning house. Banjo and Paz. Fireflux have been stopped at the door by Endpoint. Banjo with only 10 seconds left needs to try and have a go. It's unsuccessful. Endpoint makes 7.
Yeah, brilliant shutdown there from Endpoint. Furious there for Fireflux, going for a bit of a contact. With Soulfly walking out connector dry. As soon as he spots them, they fall back, and then they start throwing the util, but it's still quite disjointed. The trading isn't there because you've got players throwing util in hand. So it's essentially 1 by 1 into the lion's den. Fireflux still able to buy. They get the AKs out. AWP up again on Sensei. And they search either side for openings. Soulfly working connector. Another 3-man stack on B for Endpoint.
Soulfly. Playing outside connector. It looks like this is the round at Endpoint. Pressure canal. Soulfly going to be tested. He's taken contact. Pulling the util out. Stuck in the corner. Zuru can hard clear, but even still he goes down. Sayot pivots round and sprays down too, though. And again, Endpoint check Fireflux at the door. Don't allow them into the bomb site. And Sensei caught in the middle of nowhere is Banjo. 1 versus 2. Bomb recovered. Missed shot on the cross. HE grenade chips him down even further. Molotov pushes him out of position. Needs to try and hold the line. Crucial's gone. Mighty Max unable to trade. Say that. He swings in. Spots the edge of Banjo around the pillar. Endpoint make it 8. They close the distance even further.
Yeah, that looks promising for Banjo in that 1 versus 2. Using that pillar to isolate the fights, to pick off one, and then find some cover to prevent that trade. The same for Soulfly in all fairness. The fact he takes con and then decides not to fall victim to a push and falls back, gets that information, still good for one, but it's a beautiful hold from Sayot. The endpoint can fall back on. They're keeping this scoreline close, keeping it competitive, as Fireflux cracks start to show at the seams of their buy. A couple Galils and a Mac 10. Bit of a swing round. If they don't save much, they'll be ecoing in the next. And an opening attempt from endpoint. Crucial. 2 AWP kills. Make that 3. Just shutting them down in towards middle. Look at the deaths on the mini-map. That's 1 in towards mid, 2 in towards the window at water. Even Banjo and Paz, a minute 30 on the clock in a 3-man disadvantage. Make it just Banjo. Zuhu takes heads. Will eventually win the 1 versus 1 on Mighty Max, but he doesn't have the bomb in his hands.
Yeah, this is nigh on impossible for Banjo, especially so low on HP. Surreal comes in, takes out his toes. Banjo will fall 9 rounds. There's 1 round separating endpoint from Fireflux, and it looks like they've just about broken the bank.
Yeah, this is where a tactical pause comes in for Fireflux. This might be the first tactical pause in this best of 5. I don't think endpoint have used one, and I'm pretty sure this is Fireflux's first at the very least. You can see the experienced coach of hardstyle, perhaps. Getting on the mic, imparting some words of wisdom. Now that the game's started to get close, endpoint have a real chance to tie this up. Yes, beautiful shots from Crucial.
I mean, it's almost evocative of what Soulfly was doing, being so aggressive in the window. He doesn't quite drop down into canals, but didn't need to.
But again, just like yesterday, Soulfly is relatively quiet.
Yeah.
And this is a player, the reason why we hype him up so much is not only just because of this one Anubis game he had against Sissy State Punks, where he was constantly aggressive getting in their face, but because on HLTV, over a larger sample size of games, he is by far their highest rated player, with over, before this event, a 1.31 rating, I think it was, with the next closest person a 1.07. Like, that's an astronomical difference. That's borderline carry performance. Will be that eco. Mighty Max searching for info.
Oh, double incense.
Yeah. Keeps these T's at bay. They won't be sprinting through any flames. But they're happy to walk through smoke.
Surreal. Oh, there's a bit of a blender setup here at the top of camera. Zuu getting ready with a Molotov, though, which leaves Surreal isolated. How many can he do? There's 3. Sprays down 4, looking for the eco ace. There it is. Farms them up.
Beautiful. Look, a bit worrying there, because yes, you had that blender in potential with the crossfire between Surreal and Azuru, but Azuru drops the incendiary, so Fireflux say, well, okay, we won't go camera, we'll completely bypass you, run past, and sprint over towards Surreal, catching him off guard, but he still finds 5. An endpoint tie up the map, 10 to 10. Again, some aggression from endpoint. They're heating up on this map. Azuru, good for 1 on towards Skrunk. Meantime, Surreal, he's sneaky in this smoke, looking to try and find the timing to walk through. Crucial overstays his welcome, trying to apply some sort of support for Surreal. And the play doesn't pan out. Sensei had that one red. Zuru and Sayot 2 versus 4. The 2 young guns make that just Sayot.
Disgusting shot from Banjo. Sayot 1v4. There should be Fireflux dropping that bomb down on the A bomb site. And Sayot looking to save.
And this is why that aggressive CT side, which is borderline necessary for a good CT side on Anubis, is so hard to pull off. Because even if you do have an orchestrated round like that, the attempts for those openings, it can very easily fall apart if the T's are in the right setups for it, if they win the fights. At the end of the day, you're giving the fights over to the T's. Just as endpoint tied the game up. But a few rounds to go. Their aggression doesn't land the mark. Fireflux will take 11.
This is after a run of 4 from Endpoint in a row. Stabilizing and keeping their lead just about. Sensei reads Surreal like a book.
A one bullet that was shot while standing there from Banjo went to the head. The rest were fully running and went wild. The second time out there for Fireflux now.
Yeah, need to make sure they can close this one out. Would it being their map pick, opening up the best of 5? Map advantage would very much start things off on the right foot. This might end up being a pretty big round for the rest of the game.
Well, it'd be very decisive. It's that Endpoint can continue fighting against Fireflux, or if Fireflux borderline break the money for Endpoint and take control of the game with only one round away from victory. Either or.
So much hinging on round 22. Fireflux looking to take A main control. Mighty Max shoulder peeking here to defend. He's going to fall back. Good HE. Lots of damage. Soulfly spotted as well. Smoke to block. Counter nades. Try and keep Fireflux at bay as they begin to exec into the bomb site. And again, they're being stopped at the door. 2 kills come in. There's another from Crucial. The thorn in the side of Fireflux as they attempt to take these bomb sites. It's a 2-on-4. Paz and Sensei freeze. Wait for an overextension that Endpoint are not giving.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're prioritising that round win. They don't have to try and stop Fireflux planting, because if Fireflux plant, it then gives Endpoint a greater win condition, an easier win condition. At the very least, they can wait for the plant to begin, and then they get the information, at least one of the players.
And a 3v1 in the bomb site while the plant is occupied. Seot now coming in on the flank. Needs to not overstep. He's not even being checked for. Sensei now gone. Paz eliminated. Endpoint tie up 11-11.
That round very akin to the game from Endpoint against on Mirage against Pacific Esport. Mighty Max tested. They try and abuse him on this site. They're trying to say, look, let's isolate him. Let's full set piece on towards A, but Mighty Max delays enough time. HE softens them up, Smoke to slow him down, kills the first player, and when he's fully blinded, he doesn't just sit around spraying, he moves in towards cover, strays all the way to the left-hand side to make the fight as difficult as possible and buys time and space for Crucial to pick a few off. Again, another tied scoreline. And Fireflux, they're able to invest, but it's far from optimal. The Tech 9 on Skrunk, a little on Banjo. Soulflight to go for an opening. He's met with heavy resistance from Seot. Endpoint saving a lot of their util right now. Seot and the Real only just now did they smoke off B main. Just a slow from Fireflux though. Waiting for that util to burn out. Waiting to see if Endpoint give them an inch. So they can try and take a mile. Well timed re-smoke. That'll fade with 15 seconds left. Fireflux likely going to have to force their way through this. As the util comes draining out for Fireflux, that's when Endpoint dropped the Incendiary. Delay for another 5 seconds, and Surreal mows down 2. A gap in the smoke allows Crucial to pick off Paz. Sensei, 2 beautiful shots on the AWP to put it into 3 versus 2.
It's going to at least allow bomb plant. I say that. Crucial spam Skrunk straight through, and with only 10 seconds left, Sensei, he can't do anything. Endpoint have that bomb locked down. He needs to slip away and save the AWP.
That was beautiful from Endpoint. Not only were they clear on how they wanted to hold that site, but the fact that they identified, okay, Fireflux are going to sit and wait the time. Let's save our util, make sure it's effective. Let's not burn it too early, because we don't need to use the grenades to keep them out of the site. We just have to use the grenades so that when they do hit the site, it's hard for them to force their way through. They have to force their way through a smoke. They have to make their way or wait for an incendiary outside connector. It allows Endpoint all the time to subside the flashes, set themselves up for some multi-kills. Map point, Endpoint about to steal this one away from Fireflux, and Crucial certainly wants to do that. Azuru now hotting up in towards middle. 2 clean headshots on Soulfly and Skrunk. It's Banjo and Paz in a 2 versus 4. The bomb not in their control.
It's looking dire for Fireflux here on Anubis. 2 versus 4. Banjo and Paz. Banjo has control of the A-bomb site, but that's ultimately no good because he's got no bomb and now he's got no teammate. Paz gone. 60 seconds for Banjo to 1 versus 4 and keep
They're all staring at him.
His team alive in Anubis.
They're all staring at him. They know he's the A lurker. They know his reaction likely would have been to push in towards A main. So they've got an entire firing squad sat ready for his peak to come through. It will be Sayop to find the final frag. 13-11. Endpoint stealing Anubis away from Fireflux after a really impressive CT side, especially considering there was much less aggression. Like we kept talking about aggressive CT sides on Anubis, and that's how you almost always have to play it. But Endpoint just showed there that if you have really strong fundamentals, you can get away with not pushing every single time at the start of the round by playing those site setups correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 13-11, and that game was 10-6 at one point in favor of Fireflux. Endpoint with a really, really nice defensive side there on Anubis, and that means they've stolen away their opponent's map pick as well. It's not just, they've started the map, the best of 5 off nicely by winning that. We're now going on to their map pick, which, if they're going to be just as good, potentially means they start this series 2-0 up.
Yeah, and we will be going to the next map after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpars for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
Hello and welcome back to the Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024 Grand Final. Endpoint, a map up, stealing their opponent's map pick of Anubis. And now we're going on to Endpoint's map pick, which will be Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage, which is a very strong map for Endpoint. It's one of their more preferred maps since the formation of this roster. I mean, let's put it... I'll go on a little bit more of a narrative here. Me and Harry, UK casters, we've casted a lot of Endpoint. We've casted a lot of their ESEA games, especially since the start of this roster, since they added Crucial and Sayop. We casted the majority of their ESEA games that exact season. They were all pushed back due to the roster change, and at the end of the season, they played something like 10 Mirage games in a row. It was the only map they played. They grinded that map and refused to put it down. For better or for worse, because even in qualifiers they'd pick it against mixed teams, which is a bit of a question mark. You don't want to exactly play Mirage against stacks of FPL players, but they grinded that map. It's a very strong map for them, and they've already stolen Anubis away from Fireflux. 13-11, very close. Now they're moving on to what is essentially their home map, a map which they've showcased to us yesterday that their CT side on Mirage is phenomenal, or at least has the potential to be. The question is, can their T side match up to that?
Yeah, that is the big question mark, given that yesterday, their CT side looked phenomenal. Their T side, not so much. It was an 11-1 half to kick off that game. They got one T side round in regulation. And sure, look, they matched it on their CT side. They went, 11 rounds up and took us to overtime. But that's the question mark for me, is that there were a lot of sort of fragmented pushes. There were players not really in positions to trade each other. Their mid takes were looking a little bit rough. And mid is a massive part of Mirage. It's one of the key areas of the map. Let's see if they can fix some of those issues here, as they are going to be starting on their T side. They're going to be going for 5 sets of Kev. Yeah, just a scrappy pistol round here, looking to bait the CTs around with position. This is a split up and look for clues job by the looks.
This is a very strange pistol round with the bomb still in spawn. They're going to be attempting a boost from underpass to get my max into the window, but it's spotted by Paz. A free kill. And make that 2. Sayop also removed. A bit of a lurk then to come through from Palace, and the Endpoint are just getting decimated here. This is not a good start. Finally someone picks up the bomb, and it's Azuu. He's all alone.
Yeah, 1 versus 5. An interesting pistol round strategy from Endpoint. See if Azuu can dig them out of disaster here at the start of the T side. He's got plenty of time, and with the bomb spotted on ramp, Fireflux are, stacked. He might be able to beat them to a plant. He is taking his sweet time. Now going to be walking, so plenty of time for Fireflux to rotate and at least get vision on apartments.
Yeah, Skrunk managed to make that jump on towards short. Currently holding the apps walkout. Doesn't have Kevlar, so it's more than capable of fight for Azuu. The rotate isn't too quick. If Azuu wanted to rush this plant as soon as getting spotted, he could do. Tap it.
Eliminate Skrunk. Tap again. 9 seconds left. That's another kill. Tap again. Sensei's this time not going to be baited into the peak. Sends Azuu searching. That's another kill, but there's no time. He makes it damn close. 4 kills. But Fireflux still win the pistol round.
So costly. So scary for Fireflux, but at the end of the day, it panned out, right? If they wanted to, they could have just sat and played retake. But by Skrunk just sprinting at him, gets him off the bomb. A second player does the exact same a second later. It stops that bomb being planted, meaning Endpoint don't get that cash injection. They can't work on round number 2 with rifles. They're going to be working with just pistols. Still attempting a force buy, though. See 3 Deagles, PT-50, a Tech-9, a handful of grenades. Smoking towards window and connector, and they're very clearly setting themselves up for a bit of an A-split.
Popping the connector smoke gives these pistols vision. Sayop with 1. It will only be 1, and the bomb now dropped in top connector means Fireflux can react. Surreal, nice headshot on the Desert Eagle. Sensei's eliminated from the round. Azuu can't follow up, though, and neither can Surreal. So Fireflux do clean up 2-0.
Yeah, now moving back, just touching back on the Endpoint game against Pacific Esports where they really struggled on their T side with those 11-1. Most of their issues came from the late round. Yes, their mid was kind of neglected somewhat, but it was the late rounds that really let them down because rounds still came down to the wire. It was the 3v3s, the post plants, and the clutch scenarios that Endpoint struggled with. But here against Fireflux, you're against a team who, if Fireflux are in form, they're going to be getting openings against you constantly. So you've also got to battle the openings in the first place. So Endpoint might not even be able to get to the late rounds where they struggled beforehand if Fireflux don't let them.
Oh, well, jump spot, run boost in mid, but again, this should be a pretty easy cleanup for Fireflux. Set up to contain here in mid.
Hello, a couple kills. Offline Sensei, punished, shut down, denied, man advantage for Endpoint, but the weaponry advantage heavily in Fireflux's favour. Endpoint can't quite retrieve these rifles. And Skrunk will find 2 to equalise, but again, as Fireflux are thinned away, Endpoint can pick up weapons, and the advantage of the weapons starts to nullify when it's only on 2 players.
Oh.
Zoo just gets out of there in the nick
What a
of time.
heist. Unbelievable timing.
They should know that he's gone towards underpass as well.
Here's the steps to drop. Zoo has the drop here. Mighty Mac's going to make steps running in apartments as well. There should be a free kill. It is. A 2 versus 1. Endpoint blessed. They need to figure out where this last player is, and Banjo's managed to slip right past the window just as Mighty Max hides. Potential to be devastating here. Banjo swings out, eliminates Mighty Max. Azu in no position to trade. Drops down, but Azu's going to land the headshot regardless. Endpoint win a full eco. What's going on?
A quad kill from Azuru. Oh my goodness. He warmed up after that pistol round, that attempt at the 1 versus 5 that was narrowly missed. I was about to praise that Banjo there. That was so smart, him actually peeking from the left side and not the right. Because Azuru was just sat holding from the top of the balcony the entire time. But Azuru trades anyway, and what was it I said in the pre-game, Harry? We're due an Azuru game.
And Mirage is one of those games, one of those maps where he does tend to have
potential.
Those heaters, yeah, playing in connector on the CT side a lot of the time. But even here on the T side, he's opened the round up. There's a second. Azuru's locked in. He's 10-1.
10-1. Not even 4 rounds in yet. Banjo, 1 versus 4 will eventually shut down Azuru, but the trade comes through from Surreal. Endpoint tie up the game again, 2-2.
Azuru's going to be fine with that as well, because it's an excuse for him to buy an AK.
Yep. A real man's gun.
Or a Mac 10 even, yeah. One against a force buy, farm some extra cash.
Speaking of real men's gun, Mac 10.
Smoke dropped up. Crucial. Going for a pick at the top of stairs. See what gets handed across by Fireflux, who are just on USPs in this round. A couple of P2000s. But for those unfamiliar, they're basically the same thing.
Oh, missed stairs smoke. Might come to buy Endpoint, but this is, again, their bread and butter on these T-sides and these anti-ecos. A-site execute. Get the smokes down. The smokes are much longer in CS2, so you can afford to just sit back and wait. Let the mollies isolate all the hiding spots, flush out sandwich, flush out dark, make sure there's no spots that they can be hiding in, then throw the flashes in, take your time taking the fights, wait for the pistols to try and force their way through the smokes or force their way out with the flames if they are on the site. If not, they're locked in. Endpoint back in the lead.
Good flash in mid. Yeah, forces Crucial off the AWP shot, and Paz gets aggressive and punished for it by Crucial. No flash for him to actually peek top middle.
It was the aim punch that really stung there. Flung his crosshair so far. Denied him from at least getting 1 kill before going down. Instead, that's an opening engagement given Endpoint's weight. Now, a couple rounds ago, I I said that if Endpoint can't even get to these late rounds, if Fireflux play so aggressive and let them, but it's a double-edged sword, because if Fireflux do get aggressive, it means that Endpoint get the opportunity to get opening kills and therefore reach the late rounds sooner with more ease. But a nice mid-round setup. 2 for 1. That's enough information for Endpoint to know that this B site relatively clear. Able to get this bomb planted. Fireflux in a decent position to come in from a flank, but they're retaking from 3 separate points, meaning the tradability somewhat missing. Zoo in a very forward spot. This is a retake's classic angle, and domes Banjo.
Azuu setting the tone for what to expect for this map. He's 12-3 now. Sayot is going to go down to Sensei's. Skrunk's giving his location away. Endpoint can set themselves up for this. Surreal, bit of damage. Zuu is going to get wiped out. Hello, Surreal needs to try and buy some time here. There's no kit in play for Fireflux. Yeah.
Again, he gets sketchy, those post plants for Endpoint. Again, yesterday it cost them in so many turns on multiple maps against Pacific Esport. They looked really poor on Dust 2. On Mirage, they were lackluster. But they do close it out this time. Again, it's weak trade potential from both teams, to be honest. Like a retake coming in from 3 separate angles. And fought by Endpoint on 3 separate points. Oh, Zoo, an opening attempt, but caught jumping up behind the flames. Anticipated, and now Endpoint a bit of a full sense of confidence. As they start sprinting into the waiting jaws of Fireflux. 3-man advantage. The CTs. Not going to let Endpoint just simply run away with this map.
Re-smoke on window. Crucial. Looking to crack this round back open for Endpoint.
What's the timing?
And Soulfly
Crucial has it held.
He does, but he spots 2 on short. Fireflux know how active Endpoint are in middle now. They're going to dig in on these bomb sites. Oh, the Skrunk not anticipating Mighty Max. Paz going to hear all these steps. He knows that a hit is imminent. He just needs to buy time for his teammates, and he can't do it. Mighty Max. Another kill from him. High impact. Gives Endpoint the bomb site. Sensei and Banjo in the retake. Crucial had Banjo pinned, but comes off the angle just in time for Banjo to slip in. Mighty Max now going to take the fight. Another kill for him. This round's all Mighty Max. Sensei, no way back in.
Yeah, we'll just look to try and save. Does eventually shut down Mighty Max. Good re-aim anticipation of that position, or at least of the angle. Endpoint come back from a 3 versus 5. Fireflux very kind of timid there. Despite having the 2-man advantage, they sit back, but the issue is that the way that they're playing, they're not actually playing safe. They think they are by not fighting for mid, but in doing so, they're then completely blind to mid, with the exception of Soulfly. But then that means that the players, that the spots they're in, are untradeable. The advantage of Fireflux having the 2-man advantage is that once the trades come through, you still win regardless. I know, a massive gap in their defense exploited by Mighty Max. Sensei going to be hiding in this top mid smoke. Mighty Max does have an inkling that it's a possibility.
Surely with all this spam. No, he still whips around. Sayot entering in connector eliminates Paz. Endpoint looking in full control here on Mirage. Banjo only good for one in connector. Scrunk now needs to find 4 to bring this round across the line for Fireflux as the digits punched. Timer begins without an opening into the round. Nothing he can do. Azuu carries on. 13-5 for him, 6-2 for Endpoint.
Man, Endpoint came to play today. They are not missing shots at all. Sayop, Mighty Max, Azuu, even Surreal winning multiple fights. And these fights aren't... The thing about these fights is they're not well-coordinated fights. It's not like Endpoint have gone into these fights and said, yeah, we've got perfect execution, we anticipate this fight, we've got the trade potential, we're double peeking, we're flashing our opponents off, they're inside bodies, they're being HE naded down. No, it's none of that. They're just walking into these fights and then just winning them. Goes to show the skill ceiling on Endpoint is incredibly high.
Certainly is. I mean, you've even got Mighty Max taking rounds over in the IGL role. (6-2) Endpoint. After losing the first 2 rounds, it's been all them since.
A much needed improvement on their T side of Mirage compared to yesterday.
Soulfly waiting for some sort of boost play. Well, no, he's being flashed in. Okay. This makes a lot more sense, actually. As soon as he hears a step in the underpass, a flashbang from the window will come and help him
or
out.
even as he takes a fight, because the flash will land behind him.
Yeah, it's not coming regardless. Endpoint setting up for a B-pop. Can be risky against pistols, but a good amount of utility to clear out the angles, and Mighty Max going first to search with the Mac-10. Should allow them in here. Crucial with another kill. Mighty Max cleans up. Soulfly flanking, but even he's being checked. Surreal eliminates Banjo. Is alone. Very well executed.
Endpoint even considering hunting here. Azuu is pushing in towards market, flashed by Mighty Max over the roof to search for a fight when he's got a AK, a lot of utility, against Banjo, who's just got a 5-7. Why are Endpoint hunting? There's no need. I think this is the level of instinct that Endpoint are working with right now, is they just want to find the kills. They want to take these fights. They are bloodthirsty. It might come to bite them. Banjo does find Sayop, but it's just one rifle. Endpoint is still profitable for them, and they're up to 7.
I've got a full buy here. Endpoint gathering what looks to be a fairly early set A split through connector. Spanner could be thrown in by this double push from Fireflux here. Banjo caught already. Soulfly baited in, but again traded out. Sensei now gets active from CT spawn. There's another kill. Sayok gone. And Crucial's in no position to help out. He's at the top of middle. He was acting as some sort of lurk to try and catch the rotate, which he does do in turn, but...
For Azuu. Even stickier for Scrunk, who just walks through the smoke. Sensei can try and go for a wallbang to deny that plant, but it will go down eventually. And now he's in a difficult spot. He's going to have to get a quad kill. Or perhaps a ninja defuse if he wants to finish this one off.
Jumping around in spawn, running in. Tries to bait the shot from Crucial. Swaps to the P2K. Almost finishes Azuu off, but is unsuccessful. An Endpoint, they make it 8.
Azoo's crept up to 16. A triple kill there for him. 2 rounds left in the half, and honestly, I would have been... Any other day I would have been calling for 5 flux for Sensei to save there in that 1 versus 2, but I can see why he went for it. 2 kills already on the heater. All he had to do was get perhaps 1 more attempt to defuse. I say that, he didn't have a kit. Even then, a defuse wouldn't have been likely. It does mean that on round number 11 here, Fireflux will be going for a strange force buy. 2 M4s of Famous. Okay, make that 3 M4s. Scrunk can get another one, so they can go for 4 M4s and a Famous. Question is, if you're Fireflux, what do you do now? What is your call? Do this tactical pause. Nothing's working for you. They get the openings, they're then fumbling the mid rounds, leaving gaps open. For me, it's they need to be much more decisive on their gambles, whether it's playing retakes towards A or leaning heavy towards B in the late rounds. Personally, I think that overall should be the ethos on Mirage. It's hard to just say, get your fights, win your opening fights if Endpoint are hitting some unreal shots.
Fireflux have so many contingencies set up for like late underpass fights. Like none of them been timed quite right, I say that. Sensei up on the bench finds a quick double. In the meantime, Endpoint play contact out onto the A bomb site. Azuu slips into Underwood. The flashbang allows Surreal to get aggressive at the top of Connector in jungle. 2 kills fly back in. All that good hard work that Sensei did eradicated. Surreal's only on 1 point of health though.
Oh, that HE almost killed Soulfly. Took him down to 6th. Bomb planted, Endpoint secure, deep post planting towards CT. I like that. They took their time to make sure, okay, we're going to flash in towards CT before the bomb's planted, rather than just rushing their way in. Further flashes deployed to keep Fireflux at bay. Scrunk. I'd say he found the gap, but it's watched, held, and Surreal going for this flank. We'll catch Soulfly. It's just Paz now in a 1 versus 2, and panicked with that flank coming through. Forces his way in towards Mighty Max. Another 3 versus 5-1 for Endpoint. Fireflux, they made the adjustment to secure openings without trades. It was this play right here, leaning 4 players in towards mid, and off angle held towards underpass to get to a 5 versus 3. But then what? What's your protocol in that 5 versus 3? Is it to play retake towards A or take the fights? Because at that point, it kind of looked they were caught in between the 2.
Yeah, the worrying part for me is that they start fighting, for some reason, through a smoke, even with that advantage, before the bomb's even gone down at top of Connector. Soulfly looking to replicate his teammate's success in underpass is not successful. Seot finds him. Sensei dodging bullets at the top of mid. Crucial. And Mighty Max combined to take him down. 5 versus 3 for Endpoint now. Scrunk anticipating a window play, getting inside the smoke.
Oh, they're next to each other, side by side.
Is he just going to try and fade it? No. Seot there.
Scrunk
they're bouncing off each other.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
And he even finds a second. Paz almost eliminates Mighty Max. Zoo in Connector, in fact. Banjo catches Surreal trying to lurk out of Palace. It's looking better for Fireflux here. They're at least in contention. Paz needs to get onto this bomb site and hold it down. He's only got 1 kill so far. There's the second. Can he make it 3? Knows where Crucial is. Just trying to block and buy time. Bomb has to be planted still. Crucial. Going to recover it and just evacuate. Oh, no. Just checks his flank. Just clears his flank.
There we go.
There it is. Big hold from Paz after he's been absent for this entire half.
But it's 8 or even 9 in a row, sorry, for Endpoint. And it's only off the back of some scrappy MP9 fights that Soulfly are able to convert that round. Even then, it's still sketchy. At 9-3, that's dominant for Endpoint. And now we move over to their preferred side. And not only that, when you got Azuru up on 18 kills, who's clearly having a good game right now. And he plays Connector on the CT side. If your Connector player is having a good game, you're in for a treat. You can just sit back and relax whilst he just farms information and frags, essentially. That is unless Fireflux are able to avoid him. For now, you're going to be holding at the top of mid. Grunk creeping in towards underpass. Bit of a split in towards middle. Smoking towards the top of connector. This will allow them to barrel their way up on towards catwalk. And split this B site. Surreal spots them, gets that information. Mighty Max can now tuck in towards Apps. If he can deal with Banjo, then he can focus attention. But in the meantime, Skrunk, a quick double kill. Oh, Mighty Max can't quite land the shots. 2 versus 3 as the bomb is planted.
Crucial and Surreal try and retake. Surreal caught on short, lands a headshot onto Sensei's, equalizes the numbers. Soulflight pivoting on bench. All the attention on Surreal at the moment. Can Crucial work? Can he find an entrance? No! Banjo and Soulflight, simultaneous headshots give Fireflux a much-needed pistol round victory in the second half.
Yeah, and the difficult thing here is 9-4, while on the one side it looks one-sided, but 9-4, having just won the T-pistol round, means that this scoreline could very quickly equalise. Fireflux up against a force buy, meaning if Endpoint don't win this, Fireflux will close down the distance. It'll be 9-6. They'll be almost neck and neck. That's essentially the first gun round away from tying. We'll see what Endpoint have in store with this force. With 2 MP9s, a couple 5.7s and a Deagle. Skrunk, not deterred whatsoever. With this MAC-10 sprinting straight in, and a second flash comes in to back him up. And a jumping kill will land onto Crucial. One of the 2 primary weapons for Endpoint down on the ground.
Big find. Banjo. Gonna search B.
That's a beautiful molly.
Yeah,
That
the edge
lineup, for those who
Molotov.
don't know, yeah, it spills over in towards Van, so it prevents jump spots, while still clearing out the entire balcony. But a bit of presence. They start shifting over towards A, but still a very deep angle. Will spot the shoulder, but pulls the trigger a little bit too early. An Endpoint already leaning heavy towards B. This might just be a save for them.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to save these. You can have another stab at it next round with the MP9, with the 5.7, with the Desert Eagle. And depending on how aggressive Fireflux are with their hunting, you might even get a couple of upgrades. You might get the MAC-10 to be able to carry forward, and that means you can drop the upgraded pistol, keep the MAC-10 and the Kevlar.
On the timing, Skrunk's gone across whilst Surreal's still jiggling. I go for the flank, and he's always been spotted out. He's been spotted out. But that doesn't stop him getting another kill. Farm some cash on that MAC-10. Zoo's still able to save that MP9. Yeah, 9-5. Endpoint's forced by. Doesn't find its footing. They'll have to go for a bit of an eco around these saved weapons.
See what they do with the MP9.
Dropping the Deagle over, yeah. It's going to need to be something special. And by the looks of things, it's going to be a B stat.
Oh, no. But look at how Fireflux are set up. This looks like it might even be a B split with Banjo playing a passive apartment.
It's similar. They take mid control. They allow Skrunk to run out in ahead, taking ladder control. But he's just going to be using the scouting party. This is actually really efficient for Fireflux. So long as Endpoint don't show themselves.
Yeah, if they
as
reveal.
Close as possible. Oh no, he spotted them. He spotted them.
Oh, he's even managed to find a double. Where's the trade? There it is, Surreal. Able to get one. Sayot and him are the only 2 left, and now Fireflux can just rotate over to the A bomb site. Should be nothing they can do. Hello.
That's an AK to be picked up.
That is an AK, which Sayot is going to recover. Now, there's no Kevlar on these 2 Endpoint players, which means Fireflux can get the first bullet in. Will make things difficult.
Especially will they expect Paz getting off these rotates. Goes for the wide swing, and there we go. Mows them both down, catches Sayot reloading. But there we go, 9-6 scoreline. But here comes the full buy for Endpoint. Fireflux have halved the distance between these two teams. Simply off the back of a pistol round win.
I've got what looks to be a bit of a tech issue. Hopefully that doesn't last too long. We've been pretty blessed with short tech issues. Oh, I mean, there we go.
There we go.
Sorted already. We've been pretty blessed with short tech issues this event. I don't think we've had one last longer than like a minute.
Yeah, no, I'm quite impressed. Obviously, it is a majority online event.
Yep.
Production done over in Turkey. So you don't have players' PCs to worry about. But
yeah, that's
now
their own fault.
Fireflux have got Crucial to worry about with this AWP. Posted deep in towards Apps looking for info. Going to buy space for Mighty Max to push through. And clear deeper. Be a deadly flank. Question is if it's cleared. I'm just looking at the minimap now. And there you go, Mighty Max finds Soulflight. Soulflight was searching for that exact push, but just missed the timing. An opening kill for Endpoint, a man advantage.
Yeah, and given Fireflux have slowly been creeping their way back into this game, it's a nice way to start this round off now that you've got the guns out.
100%. We'll see the difference in CT side setup with a man advantage. Endpoint still playing a relatively vanilla setup, but passive towards mid. They still have possibilities locked down. The smoke fades towards ramp. Sayot will reposition. He can now tuck his way into the dark. Mutal thrown towards B to see if they can make Endpoint sweat, but they're not biting. Zuu holding for that rotation to come through. That lurk. Mutal being thrown down towards Ticket Booth, but Zuu comes in. Domes Paz. Sayot still alive, tucked in towards dark. Eventually he'll strike and dispatch Banjo. It's just Skrunk coming in, rotating late with the bomb. This is a really weak attempt at an A site hit from Fireflux, I'll be honest.
Yeah, not great. And Fireflux now have Skrunk saving, which he'll be able to buy next round. He could either drop an AK or go for utility, but
I could see the idea of trying to apply pressure towards B, pull a rotate, see if Sensei's lurk can do something. But where's your contingency if Sensei's lurk fails? Like, Sensei walks into a Zuu here. And the thing is that Endpoint aren't going to bite because they've still got two players on B, and a Zuu is a very quick rotate away by being just outside market. Then the A site here is one player walks out Palace, one out ramp. Like, what's that supposed to be? There's no trade potential between these two players. But Endpoint, double digits. Fireflux still able to invest, but as mentioned, Crucial with this AWP, an ever-present threat, and a Zuu. A danger man and connector.
Oh, nice shot from Paz. Takes a 1v1 against the AWP Crucial. Does win it. Question is, can they get themselves onto a bomb site? They're looking for a bit of an A split here. Sayot has turned his attention elsewhere. Well timed on the incendiary and spots Paz, but in the meantime, Azu's fallen in connector. Sayot needs to hold. He needs to be the rock on this bomb site. Dispatches a Banjo, goes for the extended spray onto Paz and misses. 2v2, Fireflux fighting their way back in, but the bomb still miles away. And they're going to go for a late rotation here. They're going to go for a B site hit. Bomb being dropped for Paz to pick up. Sensei just looking for deep control as Endpoint have to spend all this time clearing out the A bomb site. They're on the opposite end of the map. Sensei now has market pinned as well.
The issue is Endpoint had no information on Sensei's location, but a missed shot. That's going to allow Mighty Max the possibility of creeping out. And yeah, jumps out the door. It's going to be a thorn in the side for Fireflux. He's buying time for Azuru to close in. Or Surreal, sorry. He will go down eventually, but bomb only just now planted. He bought a solid 10 seconds. See if Surreal can find the clutch.
Working his way out the edge of the smoke. Sensei, another missed shot from him. Surreal counting his lucky stars as he spots both. He knows where they are. Paz drops a flash out, just again trying to buy time. Surreal needs to try and isolate these fights, and he can't do it. They're playing with him. They're toying with him. Such a difficult spot to be in. Fireflux are giving him nothing except for a headshot from Paz. And despite a good opening endpoint, failed to convert. Fireflux 4v5. End up winning it out. I think how different the round could have been if Sayot doesn't commit to this fight here. Enough time for his teammates to rotate in and help him holding the bomb site instead. Fireflux clutch up.
And it's also done damage to the endpoint's economy. They've only won one round successfully. It's not enough to build up bank. You can see on the graph there in round 17 only goes up a little bit before immediately dropping back down, and Crucial can no longer afford an AWP. Now he's a big tool which Endpoint like to use on that CT side, using him to post up on angles deeper that provides security for the riflers to be a little bit more playful, for Azuru and Connector to take more fights more confidently, knowing that Crucial will have, whether it's ramp pinned for him from stairs or have his top mid covered from Connector or window or short. Holding angles that rifles otherwise wouldn't be able to do so as effectively. Five M4s and also weak utility for Endpoint. See what they have. It looks like it's going to be aggression fighting behind this mid smoke. Molly towards the top boxes. That should be the dead giveaway for Fireflux, that this fight is imminent, and you can see them falling back, tucking, but they don't expect the push to come all the way through from Azuru. Opening kill found, and a smoke to block off Sensei so Azuru can fall back, but Fireflux is a reaction. They're creeping over towards B. We're going to see if they can isolate Mighty Max. Knowing it's heavy mid, it means that short control likely going to be neglected. But Mighty Max buying time for the rotate to come through.
Yeah, they're going to react to this though by taking deep control on the right side lane and taking the fight into market, where Surreal will go down. Azuru eliminates Paz. Endpoint to back out in the back lines, and Sensei being closed in on does manage one onto Azuru. Mighty Max is still alive.
Soulfly swapped places with him in the smoke. Or around the edges, but now they're not going to expect him there. Fortunately, Sayot is there to trade. Sensei to stop him from doing any more, but that's when Crucial strikes, finds the shoulder through the gap. 1 versus 1, 4, and yeah, Mighty Max, that entire time, he was the first point of contact on B, drops the smoke, buys time for the rotate to come through, and he's still alive in the 3 versus 2 there. Does such a good job at staying alive, buying time. It's exactly the job you want from someone anchoring that B-bomb site.
Absolutely.
And Crucial was able to pick up that AWP, so now AWP back in play, but damage done. Still a couple MP9s, but it doesn't matter when Azuru's got an M4 in window.
This is the all enforced by as well for Fireflux. They need to make this one work. Banjo finally dispatches of Azuru.
Endpoint can be content with a 4 versus 3. They can fall back, give up mid control. Sayo also with early information in towards Palace. He's pushed very deep. That means Endpoint, if they wanted to, they could play a bit more retake towards A and a bit heavier towards B. Seems like that's what they're going to be doing. Playing very passive on that back line, with that added bonus of Sayot deep in Palace. As soon as Mighty Max spots anything towards B, Surreal is in a great spot, currently watching the window cross. to pivot over towards the site. And his full retake. Crucial's not even playing Ticket Breed, he's playing CT Spawn.
Containment, the name of the game. Sayot repositions. I think step would have been heard. Certainly now the utility reigns in. They know this hit's imminent. And Crucial drops the bomb. 16 seconds. Sayot still in a position to activate. Almost finds two, but it's Paz who eliminates, and the bomb will get punched. Surreal and Mighty Max retaking from two different positions as well. Paz low on HP. There's no util for Endpoint to help themselves into this. It's going to be raw fights, and Paz happy to take them. Headshot onto Surreal. Mighty Max from Spawn does win it out. Map point for Endpoint.
Only just, though. Still down to the 1 versus 1. Sayot coming through at a decent time, but a fluffed spray on towards Paz, and I'll be honest, Crucial didn't have to overextend there. As soon as he got that killed, he could have just tucked and played off Sayot's contact. Let Sayot take next. And yeah, you quite rightly mentioned that 1 versus 2 retake from 2 different angles sets Paz up for 2 1 versus 1 fights. But fortunately, the damage done by Sayot gets him down so low. 12 to 7, Endpoint now on map point, ready to go 2 up in this best of 5 series. But that bomb plant allowed by Endpoint does give Fireflux a force by here, and they're going to be popping out on towards this A site with explosive firepower. Sayot doned, but Azulu does his best to hold. The rotation comes through from Surreal. In fact, that's through a smoke. A 4 versus 3, a 1-man advantage for Endpoint. What? Make it 3 versus 3. A Surreal caught rotating by Banjo. In fact, Banjo doubles up.
Why is Surreal dry peeking mid there? One mid reload. It's allowed Banjo back into this one, and consequently, Fireflux as well. Bomb planted. Mighty Max finds one, tapping away.
Surely he should realise there was no swing to come from default. There's no swing from default or the other side of triple. The other player is either tucked into one of the extremities or is in CT with that player on the deagle, but the time is ticking on the bomb. There are kits in play. The smoke has missed the bomb. They need to get on it now.
Crucial needs to pin this. Paz needs to land this fight. Will do so successfully. And Mighty Max, he comes off the bomb.
I think he was trying to spin to not be so easy to hit.
Can't do that anymore.
Yeah, that if you spin too fast or move too fast whilst you're defusing it, accidentally gets off the bomb in doing so. Yeah, scrappy round. Explosive from Fireflux. Much more venom behind that hit than we've seen, to be honest, from Fireflux all best of 3, all best of 5 long.
Yeah.
And that fight there has broken the bank for Endpoint. Look at this force by. You're 12-8 up and you're forcing into it. 12-8 up, you've got 4 rounds to play with. You don't need to waste them by forcing. I'm going to eat my words now, though. There's Zulu with the 5-7 on towards default. Bit of a stack on this A site. Fireflux very quickly working their way up in towards Connector and Jungle.
Crucial stuck under wood. He's lucky there's no Molotov here to clear him out. Zuru tries to buy him a bit of breathing room. Crucial just swings straight back in. His teammates are in good crossfire positions to...
That's the bomb.
Force. Hello. And Mighty Max stays alive as well. Sayot now dancing. These crossfires starting to connect. Man advantage for Endpoint. Despite just having the pistols. Fireflux is going to head to the B bomb site where Mighty Max has fallen back. Playing in Van Hoy's been spotted.
Surely he spotted both.
But how long can he stay alive here on just 3 points of health? Surely he's not long for this world. They're creeping in on him, but he still manages to connect a kill. Leaves Sensei 1 versus 3. Tagged down by the spam. And Surreal, the final bullet. 13 to 8 Endpoint. Gets a little bit shaky in the interim, but they do manage to pull it off.
Of course it's with 5-7s as well. Of course it's with the Force Bite. The scrappy fight there for Fireflux. I think their mid-rounds just lacked a lot of coordination, right? We've praised them so much for how when they look good on their openings, when they go aggressive, when they have these opening plays which look really well orchestrated and well thought out across the entire map. They build up around based on these openings. But if those openings aren't found, they don't have much mid-round to fall back on by the looks of things. On Mirage there, I mean, and that round is perfect example for it, to be honest. They take mid-control with pace, with speed. They're up against pistols. And then they work their way out into towards jungle and connector, and then there's a full 20, 30 seconds where they're just sat on stairs and jungle trying to take fights. That gives Endpoint all the freedom in the world to go on flanks, to set themselves up for a rotation, to organise themselves into swings, to counter the positions that Fireflux had themselves pushed up into.
Tough spot for Fireflux to be in, as Endpoint are just one map victory away from taking this best of 5. We have got another Fireflux map pick of Dust 2, which has been shaky a little bit for Endpoint recently. We'll see how that one turns out after the break.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
Welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024 Grand Final. Endpoint currently 2-0 up in this best of 5 series against Fireflux. They stole Anubis 13-11 and managed to swiftly take Mirage in a relatively decisive manner, which means they're one map away from becoming the reigning champions again.
They are, but Dust 2 is the next map, and it doesn't look too good for Endpoint. I mentioned earlier on that their Ancient's a bit rough at the moment. Their Dust 2, they are having some serious struggles on it. Out of their last 8 games on the map, they've lost it 7 times. 5 of those losses were on HLTV, 2 of them were in ESEA Advanced. They've won it once, and that was against Aurora Youngblood, which is an academy team. So it's a rough map for Endpoint at the moment, a gap in the map pool. We'll see if they can overcome those struggles here, though, as we do kick things off with Endpoint on the CT side.
Yeah, if there's any map where you'd have a gap in your map pool, I think Dust 2's fine to have because of how much of a coin flip it is, how much upset potential there is to have on it. So we'll see if the individuals which were in great form on the T side of Mirage for Endpoint, we'll see if they can continue that form to take this best of 5 in 3. Zulu up on towards short. We'll get a lot of information flashed in towards middle. Meantime, Fireflux have taken long, and Banjo Soulfly, they're quick up on towards the ramp, but fully blinded. Soulfly can't capitalise on that attempted push through the smoke, but Sensei can. 4 versus 4 as Endpoint clamber over these boxes to get their way up on towards Catwalk, but Sensei just taps them down, and Paz's lurk activates. It's just crucial. And 1 versus 3 spotted here towards CT, dancing around the elevator, looking to see if he can isolate a fight, but Fireflux just playing for time for Paz to come in, and they secure a triple swing. Fireflux get the pistol round.
Nicely done by Fireflux. Strong way to start this one off, not letting Endpoint get the ball rolling early on. That said, still got to convert here, and Dust 2 is one of those maps where a couple of Deagle headshots, all that's needed to send your entire team into disarray. So we'll see what Endpoint can do with the force buy. Crucial with that scout as well, battling off shots.
Yeah, we saw on Anubis, both pistol rounds were received with a second round force buy, and the second round force buys were able to win. Mirage, it wasn't quite the same story. With the scout in the hands of Crucial, never say never.
Scrunk. Soulfly clearing short here. Got a Zulu getting curious on long, and it is going to cost him. Banjo eliminates him. Crucial still holding long. It's a heavy stack for Endpoint. Tags from Mighty Max take Soulfly down low at the cost of his life. Fireflux taking their time here, not wanting to run into anything.
Yeah, very patient. Anyway, Util will do its job. Smokes. Loud push in towards CT from Scrunk. Crucial will finish him off, but in the meantime, Soulfly's Mac 10 has found 2. 3 in total. Real now left to try and save the Kevlar on the 5-7. And tagged down to 6 points of 6 points of health as he was walking away. Very disappointed with that one.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They know where he is now as well. Soulfly can go hunting on the Mac 10 should he choose to. And it does look like he is making a beeline for the B-bomb site. In fact, okay, he's going to pick up the AK and let Paz go in with the Mac 10. Or not? Are they? No, they're going to just give it up. Never mind. I thought, you know, they got him locked in on the B-bomb site. Take that Kevlar away, but no.
Now, they don't want to risk accidentally giving him a stronger weapon or letting him farm some cash.
It's a Mac 10,
There's no need to. Yeah, it is. Like, they could risk one person, but you'd want to secure it with a trade, so there's no real point sending one person when there's multiple hiding spots on that B site. It's risk versus reward, right? The reward isn't really that great. Yeah, you get $600. You remove Kevlar from Surreal. the 5-7. Which would make this round slightly easier, but prioritize their own economy. Always the safest bet to do.
It's going to look really silly when Surreal aces now. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's possible. This flash fully blinds Paz, and Surreal will get the first.
Yeah, Paz...
Weapon to be picked up.
Is the peripheral player, though, and Fireflux set up to quickly react up short. So the damage should be mitigated here.
Oh, did Mighty Max just dink Skrunk? I think he did. Skrunk was mid-jump.
What a shot.
Max in form today. Yeah, Fireflux, bomb planted. Still a man advantage for Endpoint, but no kit, no utility. They're just going to have a swarm of pistols. Try and retake the site. See what damage they can do at the very least. They do have that extra Molotov and Surreal. Might make it a little bit uncomfortable. Now they're smoked off. Might just want to turn around, save this AK. See if maybe they can get an exit.
Sensei tapping him out. No exits for you, Endpoint. An AK picked up.
Yeah, that'll help him out, and Surreal actually keeps his Kevlar, so he can drop over an AWP to Crucial. I think he should drop over an AWP to Crucial. Crucial's just bought one himself. What? Okay, there we go. There we go. They've made the right decision. Okay, I've got a bit worried there. Crucial bought up an AWP, which meant he would have gotten no utility, but Surreal had the cash to drop him one. Get more grenades up. They'd have an extra smoke, an extra incendiary, extra HE and flash. Endpoint, first gun round, going to be fighting heavy for long control. They take that securely, but Fireflux in that void, they sprint fast in towards mid. A fast smoking towards the doors. The bait and switch here between Sayot and Surreal. Sayot swings out messy spray, but Surreal is clean on towards the B tunnels, leaving Banjo in a 1 versus 4. His teammates cut down, walking through their corpses. And they'll walk through his window.
Fireflux attempting a
himself.
Very quick B split, and very quickly they were shut down.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. It would have been a good counter. Whilst Endpoint were focused on long, they would have been blind towards middle, especially with the two players from Endpoint tucked in towards that B site. They could have closed that distance quickly, but it was so fortunate Endpoint had a great setup for it, with a bait and switch on with Surreal and Sayot on window and the shelf, and then Surreal tops it off with a double spray down. But now Fireflux to say, look, okay, fine, we'll fight you head on towards long. We'll take those fights. But Mighty Max shuts down Paz. It is traded by Soulfly, and Endpoint aren't in a position to find a trade frag on that death. So they forfeit long, forfeit the 4 versus 4, but instead they take short. Overload this rotation. And again, when it comes to the T side, what you see more often than not on Dust 2, it's borderline a solved map, in that you always have the same exact default towards lower tunnels, taking mid, taking short, or you start off with the spawn to take long. You take long and then you sit and freeze, and then you do a late execution, a creep on towards the A site.
Deep CT smoke.
And the cross smoke. Okay, it's double layered on the smokes. So that even if Endpoint blow open one of the smokes, there's still a second behind them.
Massive,
that smoke.
Massive gap will give Endpoint all the vision they need regardless.
Flashbang
come through. Yeah, I like this. Fireflux straight through the smoke. Soulfly getting aggro, and he finds 2. Azuu trying to hold on from short. Still a man advantage in the hands of Fireflux. Azuu tapping away out of bullets and now eliminated. Crucial 1 versus 3. Turn tail and run.
Okay, 2 HP. Let's go for a save. And even I didn't spot the play there from Fireflux with the 2 smokes. The play was to flash their way through that first one, use that second one as cover. Take the fights on their terms on fully blinded CTs. And the thing is, normally, if you're Endpoint, maybe you would have looked at those smokes and seen, oh yeah, maybe there's some sort of extra layer to this execute, the fact that there's multiple smokes. But the fact that there's a massive gap in that first smoke, I think Endpoint were tunnel visioned on that, saying, oh, they've made a mistake, there's a big gap on the smoke, let's try and capitalise on it. But for all we know, that could have been intentional from Fireflux to make Endpoint focus on that, and forget the smoke behind them.
And when Soulfly goes through the smoke, you can then have a teammate wrap round with vision you know, through that gap. Yeah, if it was intentional, it could. I mean, it could well have been. I think it was a team. Was it a team at the RMR that did? They sat 3 people in that same crossed smoke and then just walked straight through all the way to B. I feel like it was against Astralis.
Yeah, there are some cool creative things you can do with the smokes on Dust 2 over towards that A site with the multiple elevation levels. But not easy to pull off. What is easy to pull off, though, is a pushing towards underpass from Surreal. In fact, he's going to double up. 2 kills. Almost gets the third. A dink on towards Scrunk, but that's the 2 M4s on this half investment from Endpoint gone.
Mizzou giving a frag across to Sensei's. He's cleaning up nicely. 2 kills for him. Mighty Max, the only player that remains for Endpoint.
Trying to do some damage, does a decent amount. Sensei, Scrunk also down low. Mighty Max just needs to land a couple bullets. There's one.
Ooh.
But through the wood, Banjo finds the headshot. Fireflux up to a 5th. I liked the setup from Endpoint with Surreal going towards underpass. Crucial with that warp up towards short. It's great to stop a standard Dust 2 default, textbook default, flying towards underpass with 2 players, but Fireflux aren't playing like that. They're just sprinting, charging in towards mid whenever they want to go for mid control. They're not taking their time going through underpass and then splitting short. They just go straight in towards mid, which means that setup isn't as effective. And look at this, 1 minute 40 and Scrunk is already in CT spawn. But spotted by Crucial.
Nice flick. Make sure Scrunk can't get up to any funny business in spawn. A smoke will go down for the cross. The Fireflux. The main point of attack here is short. We're Crucial. Looking to find another pick. And will be successful. Drops down as well into the safety of CT spawn. In doing so, relinquishes the bomb site, but Endpoint in a good position to retake unless Paz can cut off this extremity in mid. No, Crucial's there. Straight through the door, through the smoke. Takes him down. 2 versus 4. This is one of the best opportunities Endpoint have had yet. Can they capitalize? Can they convert? Flashbang goes over on long. Sensei repeaks. Traded out though, 1 for 1. Works for Endpoint. Surreal playing around the smoke. Double peek comes in. Endpoint find a second round.
Off the back of a quad kill from Crucial. 2 big opening picks. And in the mid round, putting in the right position at the right time to find 2 trade kills. Much easier said than done with the AWP. Yeah, they find their second round. Fireflux still determined to try and take us the distance in this best of 5. They don't want to go down in a simple 3-0 fashion. They do just about have enough money to invest again. But Paz is down to a deagle. Sensei still with that AWP in play. At Endpoint, they've actually gone for a double AWP. Seop picking up the secondary. And that flash gives Endpoint information, forces a 5 shot off from Sensei's sniper. Lets Endpoint know that they're still up against the sniper on the other side. Juicy off angle held here by Surreal.
Some info, drops of smoke. Not wanting to give Fireflux an opening. An entrance into this bomb site. Scrunk. Setting up for the mid to B. Nice kill from Mizzou. Yeah, great.
That's the mid swing, not re-aiming that one. Opening kill. Endpoint, Fireflux. A bit of pressure towards short, see if they can pull out a rotation, but Max not falling for it, and he's rewarded. The kill on towards Paz, the fast reaction from Fireflux. They force their way through this smoke to try and trade. HE does soften Mighty Max up, but he's just tucked in, playing his life, knows he doesn't need to overcommit, unlike a Zulu. Goes 1 for 1. 20 seconds. Fireflux don't have the time to go towards long. They're forced up towards short. There's 2 players to defend. The flash comes through. Crucial. Poison Molotov. That will stop them in their tracks for another 7 seconds. Makes this site hit even harder. Buys time for the rotation. Sayot with one on the flank. Crucial then swings.
Yeah, beautifully dealt with by Endpoint, delaying long enough. Fireflux were running the time down themselves, and then Endpoint still have plenty of utility to slow them down. Crucial, nice and disciplined, making sure he doesn't give his life away. He knows that if he stays alive, there is absolutely nothing Fireflux can do. Even gets the final kill there. Bosh.
Tactical timeout from Fireflux. Hard style, the coach. A bit of a discussion. A decent time for it as Fireflux are about to go on pistols. Now, for those of you wondering, well, why don't they spend a tactical timeout discussing what they want to do on the buy round? That's what they're doing here. By doing it on a round where they're about to come into just pistols, it means that Endpoint, when it comes to the next round, when Fireflux are about to make the adaptation, if there is one to come through on the rifles, Endpoint won't be thinking about it. Whereas if they called it next round, Endpoint will be like, oh, okay, there's a tactical timeout, something's about to change. What makes that knowledge, that information from Endpoint, it expires out of their short-term memory.
Yeah, it decays. Which, you know, if you really drag the timeout on your eco as well.
Yeah.
Extend the possibility even longer is crucial. Taking a nice deep peek into lower tunnels. Doesn't spot anything. Oh. Heard a step, I think. Soulflight eliminated regardless.
Yeah, early pick with the AWP. Crucial still firing off shots in towards middle. Has Surreal as support, so he can't be rushed down. Fireflux just looking to see if they can catch any of these Endpoint players overextending.
Oh.
Juicy damage with the HEs.
Surreal and Crucial combined to clean things up. Endpoint starting to close the distance in rounds here.
Yeah, this is worrying for Fireflux. Simply because, again, Endpoint just need to win this map and that's it. They'll be victorious.
Yeah,
It'll have to be the reverse sweep for Fireflux.
There really is not a room for mistakes here.
Endpoint look to go for an opening pick towards long. Smoked off. They're forced back. It's Sayot with a secondary AWP who gets the kill, and Azuru sniffs out Banjo in the smoke. So 2 opening kills in quick succession. Fireflux, after taking that tactical timeout to perhaps discuss how they wanted to approach this exact round. And they're in a 3 versus 5.
Not the way you'd expect it to go after spending all that time discussing your strats. But it's still recoverable. Well, they've got to get through Crucial on short here first, and they go dry.
Oh.
Fireflux being picked apart. Crucial. Still hungry. Misses the shot on a jumping Scrunk.
Has making a desperation play, jumping in towards this CT smoke. The help of the flash, but it's anticipated. Mighty Max spots him, catches him. Strunk in a 1 versus 5. Quick flick onto Azuru, but that's crucial to contend with. And now the cavalry coming in. Provide some support. The flash comes through, and Crucial will collect 2. Scoreline tied, 5-5.
Endpoint building a lot of cash in that round as well, only losing a single player. Setting themselves up nicely for the rest of the half. It was, yeah, look, a shaky start.
It was a nice shot from Scrunk, to be fair. The pre-fire was perfect on Crucial, but then just flicks to Azuru. insta-headshot. But Crucial is really, right now, the player you want to be taking down. He's 12-5. Struggling to shut him down with this orb, and desperation kicks in as Fireflux look to go for a full-on B rush. Surreal going to be tested on this site. Smoke dropped to buy time and space for him to play around with, and for teammates to come and rotate in, and the flashes are good. Fully blinded. They get all 4 kills. It's just Skunk again in a 1 versus 5.
Fireflux throw a bit of a Hail Mary towards the B bomb site. Endpoint dig their heels in and don't lose a single player, mowing them down as they enter the bomb site. 5 in a row for Endpoint. It was a 5-1 start for Fireflux, and they've not been able to get anything going in the second quarter of this game.
Warp fueled again. This is what Fireflux need. Oh, the timing on that smoke being blown open was so awful. But they need Sensei to win a heads-on fight against Crucial to shut him down. Because on a map like Dust 2, it's so hard for the AKs to win these fights. And his flash, oh, it was perfect. But Sayot doesn't swing wide enough on the first clear. And Soulfly not blinded. We'll win that fight. An opening kill now for Fireflux, looking to try and tie this score at the half.
Crucial. Spot Scrunk over the top of the mid smoke. Mighty Max goes walking through though, and that does give a kill back to FF. A man advantage to boot. Molotov blocking Crucial into spawn.
Zoo just going to sit in this off angle, holding long control.
They know he's still a threat, so the bomb will go down for short. Plenty of money in the bank for Endpoint. They can give this one a stab.
I mean, slash round to the half, they have to.
Of course.
3 versus 5, make it a 2 versus 4. Sorry, not going to be easy. Zubu finally starts to activate.
Might be too late though. Not if Crucial has something to say about it though. Catches Soulfly time so far. These kills need to start coming in. Instead they go the opposite direction. Fireflux 1v3 for Crucial. Nothing he can do there. 6-6 tied up at the half. Fireflux do recover a little bit. Crucial's on a heater though. 15 kills, 6 deaths.
And the thing is, that's not likely to quieten down on the T side either. Is Dust 2 is the map where T side AWPing is, well, just as good as CT, to be honest. On a lot of maps, you often see the AWPers quieten down on T side. Not able to get it out as much. It's not as viable compared to just having a rifle. On Dust 2, I think the T-side AWP is a necessity to actually challenge the CT AWPs. Technical pause as we enter the second pistol round. On Endpoint, currently 3 sets of Kevlar, Crucial with smoke flash. Do yet to invest.
Could be the last 12 rounds that Fireflux get here at Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. Endpoint get a good start here in this second half. Then, could all be over. And this is a map that Endpoint statistically don't look too good on either at the moment.
But it's something which we also mentioned in previous maps, I think in this very series, is that winning that T-round pistol can give you such a strong lead. Because if the CT choose to go for a second round force buy, they get into a sticky spot. They then lose, or if they lose that, they then have to eco. That sends only 3 in a row off the back of 1 pistol round, which back in the day, that used to be, a long time ago, that used to be a standard thing back in MR15, but with a different economy system. But nowadays, 3 rounds out of 12 and a half is a lot, just off the back of winning the pistol, because it can shut down that CT economy for the beginning few rounds of the game.
Yeah, it's such a precarious position, especially with the CT economy being in the state that it's in, right? And the AWP's going to be a key factor for Fireflux on their CT side. You need to bring that out. That it's not like a, you know, yeah, you can sort of skirt by with 5 rifles on Dust 2. You need at least 1 AWP. You can go for 2. It's one of the only maps where a double AWP is actually just generally like a viable CT strat, and not like we need to throw a curveball gimmick in, right?
Yeah, 100%. And even then, look at the flip side, looking at the weaker buys that the CTs would then have to work with. The FAMAS and the MP9s are awful on a map like Dust 2. You think of maps where those weapons can be good. I mean, the FAMAS, yes, it's better range than the MP9, but the spray on it's awful, meaning it's pretty much useless at range because of that. So you're looking at close quarters maps like your Infernos, where there's lots of tight choke points, tight corridors, where you can close the distance down easily. But on Dust 2, that's not the case. It's very easy for the T's to just say, well, we're just going to take a long range duel towards long. So the MP9s are really going to struggle if they have a weak CT start.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Like, if this second half starts off badly for Fireflux, it's going to be almost impossible to claw back into it. I mean, if you're just joining us, we're on a short tech break, but first 2 maps went the way of Endpoint. We started on Anubis, Fireflux's map pick to start off this best of 5 series. They were 10-6 up. Endpoint come back and end up winning the map 13-11. We go on to Mirage, Endpoint's map pick, and they win that something decisive. I think that was 13-8, I believe, something like that. I don't believe there were double digits from Fireflux.
It was 13-8, and Azuru had a 2.18 rating, 29-13 in a 13-8 game.
Mirage Merchant.
21 rounds. I mean, I said it. I've literally got it in my notes. I can copy paste it. Due an Azuru star game. It's what we're due, and we got one on Mirage, but at the moment, he's looking a little bit more quieter on Dust 2. He's currently only 6-8, but that might be part to him playing long. It's a bit more of an anchor position. It's not one where he can control the fights and get aggressive as much, which is one of the strange things about this Endpoint roster is between the riflers, they, depending on the map, they kind of mix up who's the anchor and who's a rotator. Normally, Mighty Max is an anchor on pretty much all the maps except on Dust 2, where he's that rotator going in between the A and B site on CT, as we saw between mid and A. But it's Azuru and Surreal who are then the anchors. It's a little bit strange.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that in the veto for this series, Dust 2 is the best shot that Fireflux have against Endpoint, because Endpoint have played it 8 times in the last 3 months. They've won it once. 7 losses in official capacity, a single win. It is at least, you know, if you look at the stats, the weakest map in their pool. I make the argument that perhaps Ancient is getting there as well, because they played that a lot and still are struggling to win it consistently. Dust 2, but Ancient's not in this veto. It got banned out by Endpoint right at the beginning. Fireflux banned Nuke, then Endpoint banned Ancient. So we're not going to be seeing Ancient. This is the best chance that Fireflux have to start the reverse sweep. Otherwise, it ain't happening. I mean, obviously, Endpoint are 2 maps up. If they don't start here, then...
Yeah. And we've already set up sort of the importance of that pistol round, which we're about to come into, with it being a 6-6 half. So it's not a great look for Fireflux, and hopefully we'll be going back to the game in just a moment to get on with the pistol, and we are. There we go, 6-6, and it's going to be fast for Endpoint, straight up in towards mid control, and they have been spotted by Fireflux. It's a 2-3 split on that CT side. Endpoint with a smoke, flash, and then Molotov go for an execution towards this site. Molly in the back of the site, smoking towards CT. That allows 2 points of attack, upper and lower. Splits the attention of Skrunk, and Mighty Max will dispatch of him, leaving Banjo to try and dance around the site. But Mighty Max just pivots, and he just looks to try and cut these rotating players through the smoke, and they are successful, but it's a 1-for-1. Still kicking.
He's got no gun, the knife's out!
Oh, no. Surreal now in the 1 versus 2. There's still a kit in play for Soulfly as well, so even if Surreal gets this bomb planted, a retake very much on the cards.
Extra money, always welcome though, and Surreal will guarantee it by getting the bomb down. Soulfly setting up with a flashbang. Fireflux going to look to take their way back into this site. Surreal can't connect the shots. Paz will secure that much needed pistol round victory for Fireflux.
Now, we set up the importance of this pistol round, but one of the annoyances with the economy work within Counter-Strike nowadays is that, okay, great, the CTs have won the pistol, that they can mop their brow, but they can't because Endpoint got a bomb plant. If they wanted to, Endpoint can go for a force buy here, have just as good an investment as Fireflux, coming with Galils versus M4s, if they wanted to, and break Fireflux's cash, and then Fireflux would be in an even worse spot than if they had lost the pistol. But it looks like Endpoint are going to play it relatively safe, go for a bit of an eco with some upgraded pistols. They're going to flash their way out towards long. Scrunk, blinded, good for 1. Make it 2. Runs out of bullets. 4 going down, but has bought time and space for his teammates to rotate in, and they'll mop up towards long, leaving Sayot out here towards B.
Not a lot he can do here. Steal a rifle away, potentially. But just a Tech 9. There we go. That's an M4. A round victory is not really on the cards for him here.
Never say never. How's the M4 in hand and a minute to play with?
Oh, hello, Paz.
Decent spot. I'm not sure, did Paz spot him? I think he did.
Sayot definitely spotted him. Noise made, flash comes out. Yeah, perfect. Perfectly done by Fireflux.
8-6, they stretch their lead to 2. But it also gives them a bit of breathing room with 3 players surviving. I'm pretty sure Paz would have been able to drop over that rifle, so they'd have 3 M4s saved. And yeah, there we go, not an MP9 in sight. 5 M4s, but Endpoint, an investment for them now. AK's in play. Did Mighty Max spot creep from Soulfly in towards underpass? He may have done. As Surreal drops an incendiary to try and deny a push. Mighty Max tagged. That's an audio cue that Soulfly can use. Drops a HE to try and isolate Mighty Max, but Mighty Max anticipates the fight to come through, and the 2 players peeking towards short off his contact, they're decimated. The 3-on-2.
Banjo. Rotating over. Scrunk still in position on long. Oh, short smoke will block. Banjo locked out. Skrunk's going to have to be the one to find the opening. Unless they go for a late round. Pop back onto the site. Re-smoke. Banjo's wild spam. Yeah, Mighty Max. On just 22 points of health, a single bullet will take him down, but oh, he's got another smoke. Skrunk's even come round to short. Now, I think the decision will have to be save. Scrunk makes that rotate all the way around from long. He's like, cool, we'll pop right after this smoke. Max just drops another one down.
Fortunate for Fireflux, they're able to save 2 weapons, 2 AKs. It means they'll still be able to invest in this round if Scrunk and Banjo drop over. Though, to be honest, they may want to eco around it. No, they're going to go for that buy. They want to win rounds. They don't want to allow Endpoint to tie up. They're actually going to be taking a tactical pause, perhaps, to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so important for them to not let Endpoint get rounds going, and given the state of their money as well, Fireflux. Still with Scrunk on an MP9 here. Sensei has no util. Paz having to prioritize which nades are more important. You've got some flashes, limited smokes. You got 3 smokes, only 2 incendiaries.
That's 5 pieces of blocking utility out of a possible 10.
Yeah, and Endpoint, if they decide to go for a slow round.
Yeah, no, Fireflux can't do that. They'll run out of utility. Which means they have to go and rely on the aggressive CT sides, which we've praised them for before. They need to find a way to get an opening, but last round they attempted that. 1 towards underpass, 2 towards short. Or lower tunnel, should I say. 2 towards short. And all 3 of them fell. The price of only 1 or 2 kills. There we go. Incendio deployed towards long. Mighty Max headbutts it in the air. It's a wide swing. The counter flash is good, but the support is even better for Endpoint. Skrunk on his lonesome with that MP9, not the weapon for the job. An advantage for Endpoint.
Blocking smoke on long. New development into the meta since CS2 made smokes way wider, allowing them to fill more space. That wouldn't have been possible in CSGO.
Look at this reaction from Fireflux. They're going to push out in towards mid. A couple steps made. Crucial will go for a wide swing. And,
oh, no.
That's not clean from either side at all. So a 4 versus 4, an equalizer. Endpoint, they've gone for a full rotation in towards tunnels. This is a risky fight here. Banjo's in a great spot to mow them both down if they're not cleared. And he lines them both up. 2 quick headshots. With Mighty Max, the low HP player from the initial engagement at the start of this round, left in a 1 versus 4.
After Endpoint find the opening pick, Fireflux just find kill after kill across the map. Endpoint wanting to retake upper tunnels, perhaps end with a bit of a B pop, instead get caught by Banjo, who gets a double. And Mighty Max has no option but to save this AK in hopes they can have another stab next round.
Bit of a fumble there from Endpoint. 5 versus 4, good map control, good rotation, but massive whiff from Crucial. I think Fireflux were actually setting themselves up to retake short. They'd cleared middle. Got an extra player up in towards Catwalk. They were ready for a long execution as Endpoint took the bomb over towards B, but Crucial losing that fight. Gave Fireflux an inkling. Crucial this round will have the AWP out in play. It's a bit of a strange buy from Endpoint. Very weak utility, but they're prioritising the rifles, and it's paid off in terms of the opening. Mighty Max headshots Paz. Actually cut the entire CT setup in half here. It's just Banjo to defend this B site, and the smoke will keep Soulfly's rotation at bay. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's found 2!
Okay. Out of nowhere. And Banjo finds another. Endpoint caught in transition. They line up behind the doors as the pre-fire comes through from Soulfly.
What a nightmare. Surreal. We'll finally eliminate Soulfly, but still 2 versus 4 situation. There's a second. Skrunk with a bit of a miss. I mean, it was windy from both sides, but Surreal does come out on top at the cost of a lot of his health. It looks like they might be playing a bit of a contact into this B bomb site here, where Banjo lies in wait. Had a big multi-kill in the last round. See if he can do the same here. Crucial and Surreal both fall to the spray from Banjo. Big from him. Double digits for Fireflux.
Yeah, a triple kill. And this map for Endpoint is starting to seem out of reach. That's the force bite. Doesn't pan out. They're a bit of a messy mid-round. And a nice spray. 10 point down to an eco. Gonna be a late pop towards long, see if Skrunk can be isolated again. Just hold left click in this angle and mow down 2. Fall back. Even whips out a USP where he just domes Surreal in a Zulu. Mighty Max will landed 1D, hello. The aim punch, too much. Fireflux on 11.
Yeah, just going to be the one from Mighty Max. And only 2 rounds required for Fireflux. Still a long road back. They're 2 maps down in a best of 5. They can't drop a map if they want a chance of winning this grand final. Endpoint have the guns back out. Crucial with the AWP. Soulflight. Getting curious on short. Now he's been eliminated. Crucial with the AWP.
Oh, just a little bit further and Max would have spotted him. Okay, there we go. Spots the leg of Sensei, who... Not sure why he was still sticking around at such an exposed angle. 2-man advantage. 1-for-1 trade up on towards short. Flash comes through. Paz has to get out of dodge. Molly dropped. We'll keep him at bay. Endpoint just need to chaperone this bomb towards the site. I know Banjo is that B anchor, likely going to be removed from the situation. Just have to make sure Paz doesn't find any openings. Endpoint not done just yet. Again, Crucial's AWP coming in to bail them out for an opening.
Yes. Endpoint keep themselves alive in this map. Keep Fireflux away from number 12. Not enough money to hunt, though. Not enough cash reserve to try and take away the AWP and the M4. Those will still be present as we go into round 20. Fireflux should be able to afford another full buy.
Yeah, there you go. Rifles come through. But do Endpoint have the winning formula now that Crucial has the AWP in play? Be a bit of a later long hit for Endpoint, but Fireflux managed to get Banjo in towards the pit. It's a heavy fight for the CTs. Banjo jumping over the top, and he'll go down for free. That should be a warning sign to Endpoint, seeing as that Banjo, normally the B anchor, trades back and forth, and Scrunk overwhelmed. Endpoint come out on top 3 for 2. A minute 24 on the clock. They should, again, the communication should be passed across that Banjo was spotted towards A, which isn't normal.
Amidst all this
AWP shot fired off as well will give them information.
Yeah, amidst all the chaos, Sensei's getting himself into a position on short here. Trying to watch the cross, prevent Endpoint from getting into this bomb site, but vision removed by a flashbang. He's now jumping around in a smoke. Revealed by the HE from Surreal. Has gone as well. Fireflux. Absolutely destroyed on the A side of the map. Endpoint get themselves a 9th round. And the money all but broken for Fireflux.
Yeah, Fireflux just lose that initial opening fight. And then with 2 players coming in, rather than throwing supportive util to just shut down Endpoint. Endpoint had all the freedom to just walk out, take those fights and trade. Yes, they were blinded initially, but once the vision came back to them, and no vision will be coming back to Banjo as Crucial removes his head. Another opening as well for Sayop towards A. 5 versus 3. Eco round for Fireflux. Going to be forfeiting Endpoint double digits.
Yeah. Smoked across. Endpoint going to keep this nice and simple. Death ball on long. No need to overcomplicate. Let the better weaponry do the work. That said, Fireflux do have a stack here. Crucial has a flash primed for Sayot to take some control, and there it is. The swing comes through. 1 kill, 2 kills. Leaving Paz.
They almost line up for him. Just a simple spray control there from Sayot. And Paz won't even get a chance to attempt anything. Surreal comes through towards mid hunting. Endpoint now within 1. Fireflux going to be sweating. Now, the question is, what do Fireflux do here to try and solve this? Because so far, they've been losing picks over towards long. They lose long control. Losing picks to Crucial's AWPs. They have to try and do something to shut them down. So it's going to be a solo fight effort towards long. If a fight was taken by Endpoint, I'm sure Skunk would have just fallen back in the first place. Going to be a lean over towards this B bomb site. This might be a decent read. There's Endpoint looking to contact their way in. The smoke will deter them. They'll try and HE stack the back of the site where Paz was, but he avoids them. Information traded across. Still plenty of time for either side to work with.
Repositioning him towards middle now, Endpoint. Going to look to take short control. A minute left on the clock. Surreal will reach the corner with Mighty Max.
Only one player here to defend on this A site. But it is Sensei with this AWP. Been relatively quiet compared to what we expect from him. Especially with this being Dust 2, the AWPer's paradise. Full execution. Smokes come through to try and blind them. The rotation is here. A swing out from Goose from Skrunk. He peaks early and he's rewarded with 2, but 2 of his teammates fall. Man advantage for Fireflux. They sit back to play retake. Zuru will be jumping down on towards the box. Makes a step. That'll keep Soulfly honest.
Short
Fast
push.
flank is going to be coming in from short.
Soulfly with a flashbang. Blinds himself as Crucial finds a pick onto Banjo, but Paz getting aggressive on short, gets his head ripped off. Crucial finds a kill as well. And it's going to be 11-11. Endpoint tie it back up. They are not out of this Dust 2 game yet, and the money for Fireflux is in the bin.
For me, it looks like the communication just isn't there for Fireflux. They're not clear. There's no direction, or the direction isn't clear enough for how they want to approach these setups. They had a lovely bait and switch here with Skrunk up on towards Goose, but he then just goes for the wide swing. Yes, he gets 2, but I can't help but feel if he's tucked there, plays the actual angle, the surprise, you then have a crossfire established between him and Sensei on the ramp. That makes it hard for Endpoint to break. They're going to be focused on breaking it. That's when you have Paz coming and jumping up on that box to try and shoot them in the side of the head, but instead they give those fights to Endpoint, just trying to go all in on one single flashbang to try and be enough to take them down. And yes, they get that advantage in the 3 versus 2. But then it's not a coordinated effort to retake the site. They force their way through a Molotov, which sure, they get in front of that. But their trades are non-existent. They're panicking, trying to deny the plant. You've got a player jump spotting, another player who's not committed to actually clearing the diffuser, the planter, sorry. And now we're tied up 11-11, and Fireflux are on pistols.
Half by. Giving themselves... Well, they're essentially playing for overtime.
And after this looked so like a lock-in for Fireflux. What was it? 10-6? 10-7?
Repeat of Anubis, man.
Yeah. And look at this. Anti-eco from Endpoint. Utility deployed towards short. Denies the peak. Means that they can safely work their way in. Mighty Max using the cover of this smoke to clear lower tunnels. And through lower tunnels, they can then clear upper. Split that with Sayot. So far, Endpoint really haven't been touching this B site much at all. They attempted it a couple rounds ago, but they cancelled the assault after being smoked off. Against pistols, it can be, yeah, it is a fake. It can be a bit of a risky game to go up against pistols on that B site. But I actually really like this from Endpoint because they've never actually touched the B site. Fireflux are going to have in the back of their head thinking eventually they're going to mix it up and try and hit this B site. Eventually they will.
Oh no. Through the mid doors they go. Sensei finds 2. It's falling apart for Endpoint. 20 seconds left on the clock. That's another one on the 5-7. Sayot trying to recover here, but 10 seconds left on the clock. There's no hope for Endpoint. This round is lost. All Fireflux have to do is stay alive. Sayot and Crucial find a couple of kills, but there's no time to get onto a bomb site, and Soulfly could devastate the money with 2. Wipes them out. What a fumble.
Oh dear, endpoint. Oh dear, oh dear. You're up against pistols. You're ready to get yourself up onto map point to steal this map away from Fireflux again and close it out 3-0. But you then just have one player sprinting out through the mid doors on their own. There's no trade behind that, and you go up in a close range engagement against a 5-7. Disaster, but endpoint, it's not over for them just yet. They still have the rifles in play. All they've done is given Fireflux a lifeline and given Fireflux that lead. Taken long control. 5 players. Maybe back to Old Faithful, the simple A-site execution. The flash comes through though. Sensei, a world of confidence after the triple kill on the 5-7. Now finds a double with the AWP and even more damage done to Azuru. A wide swing from Scrunk, climbs 2, collects 3, and Fireflux going to close out Dust 2, 13-11 after some heroics from Sensei. And that means we're going to be 2-1 in the series.
Endpoint could have closed this grand final out 3-0. They blundered so incredibly hard in round 22 and or round 23 even. That's a massive problem for Endpoint. But look, that is the worst map in the pool for Endpoint. Yeah. Okay, there's still 2 maps up. It's 2-1 now in the series, and we've got Inferno coming up next, a map pick which not only is Endpoint's choice, but something they're much more competent on. So we're going to take a short break. We'll see you for Inferno.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
hello, and welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. Fireflux finally have a map in this best of 5 grand final, but we're going on to Endpoint's pick of Inferno next, and it's a map they're very competent onto.
It is. It's one that they've been slowly working into their map pool over recent history, and they've had some decent results on it. Overall, at the standings in the last 3 months, they've played it 13 times, so it's one of their more played maps, but only a 46% win rate. So it's not positive, but looking at Endpoint's overall win rates for their maps, Inferno is still a decent one compared to the likes of, for example, Ancient or Dust 2. So it's a good map for them. On top of that, you look at that 26% first pick rate. It shows that they're comfortable with this map. The same cannot be said for Fireflux at all. They've only played it 3 times in the last 3 months on HLTV. That being said, they don't play too many, or haven't played too many HLTV games recently, but they've only won it once. They've never picked it. They've only been picked against it, and they were only able to win once. So it's not a great map for them, and they already seem to be struggling, not showing their greatest form in this best of 5 grand final. So Endpoint have a great opportunity here to close out this grand final early.
Yeah, and the thing is that even if they don't close it out here, they've got another lifeline in Vertigo, which is a map that they've clearly got a lot on, and it's a decent win rate for them. So it's not looking too good for Fireflux. Yeah. I'm gonna be completely honest here. It doesn't look too good, but look, we've been surprised before. Reverse sweep, look, they're rare, but they have happened. They can happen. Will it happen? Don't know.
Yeah, for me, it all depends on Inferno. If they take Inferno, I think Vertigo is then anyone's game. It depends on who really shows up, who wants it more. If winning Inferno ignites a fire underneath the Fireflux, then I think they'll be able to use that momentum to take over Vertigo, with it Vertigo being a very comfortable map for Fireflux. I think it's probably, I mean, looking at the stats right now on my screen, it looks like it's I'm pretty sure Vertigo is one of Fireflux's best maps. It's their first pick, a 5-map win streak on it. So it's very good for me. It's a bit of a surprise that they haven't picked it earlier, perhaps going for more punishes against Endpoint. But yeah, they've got to get there first. They've got to get through Inferno, which is not going to be easy. Endpoint starting on that T side of what is actually, looking at the stats, again, recently, it's a bit more of a T-sided map on HLTV.
Let's see how Endpoint pull off this pistol round. A P250 on Crucial. Use that for a couple of long-range headshots. Smoke and a flash on Mighty Max. A fairly go-to pistol for Endpoint. We've seen them do this setup time and again, but this time they're going towards the apartments. Crucial will be taking a fight in middle as they look to burst out into bracket here. Mighty Max still with that util in his pockets. Where's it going to get deployed, and how close to the bomb site can they get before being spotted? This is a very passive setup from Fireflux. They don't have information. They're playing on jiggle spots. Now the Glocks fire off a few shots, and it starts to... Oh, the trap! It's been set. The flashbang comes through. 2 kills for Fireflux. Endpoint unable to get anything on the board so far. They've been rumbled.
Yeah, it was Sayot rumbled over towards Banana as one of those initial kills, and that means that these 2 Julies just accelerate up middle and shut Endpoint down. That one flash completely stalled them, and again, only one flash actually, 1 kill came from that flash, but it's the fast flank that came through. They then crunched on that 5 versus 3. Endpoint capitulate. A much needed start for Fireflux. They get some momentum, some energy, some wind beneath their wings, some oxygen in their fire, and fuel to the fire. I think that would have been a bit of a nicer metaphor. But 2 M4s for Sensei and Paz, MP9s on the rest. Endpoint, they're going to be going for a second round fourth. Tech9s and Kevlar. A flash to keep the CTs at bay at the top. The damage traded between teams.
Soul flight. Jumping about, flashed in. Pistols. Dangerous in Banana if you can't keep him at bay, but Skrunk does an excellent job. 2 kills for him, Soul Flight. The initial one, and Paz playing ahead of the smoke, going for the cleanup. Crucial. Has managed to find a couple of kills. There should be a bomb plant at the very least. Yeah, taking his time, drops the smoke down. Yeah, needs to get this plant down. Otherwise, Fireflux will have an attempt in this one. There it is. Bomb plant guaranteed. Been spotted in Banana. He knows they're both there, but can't connect the shots. Fireflux do find a second round, but A lot of damage on the CT side here.
Yeah, 3 kills and a bomb plant endpoint. They're going to be happy with that one. It means if they wanted to, they could go for a good force buy in this next round. Considering this round itself was a force. And economic damage done to Fireflux. Overall, I think, despite endpoint not actually winning the round itself, they came out the victors. Although, I would have said that if they went for a force buy here, but no, they're going to go for an eco. I would have actually liked to see a force buy, to be honest. You sell these pistols, and their overall cash would have been just over 3,000 to 4,000 per player. Could have gone for another force, but I don't hate the decision to eco. Keeping it simple, just say, look, we want a full buy as soon as possible. Not going to waste their time forcing up. Just be some upgraded pistols. Got a piece of util. Couple of pieces of Kevlar.
Banjo falling back. Fireflux setting themselves up for an A stack. They've got 2 players watching long, 2 players towards short, and the steps being heard from endpoint will confirm. Oh, and double incendiaries as well. Incendiary comes down on long, forces them into short. That's where the second lands, and they start to get mopped up now. Just a 1v5, Desert Eagle, 30 points of health. A kill or 2 would be nice. Force the rebuy, but looks unlikely at this stage.
There we go. There's one kill on towards Sensei, but the MP9 flank of Skrunk comes in, gets a little bit extra cash, and might be able to pick up a rifle on short.
Oh,
no. I did. His teammates have just sat there scavenging pistols rather than throwing a rifle over to Skrunk.
If one of his teammates throws that rifle to the top of mid, he'll be able to pick it up, but instead they are, Gannets looking for all these pistols. Shouldn't have too much of an impact. Then again, Skrunk is sticking with the MP9, so maybe. We'll have to see. Fast down Banana here. Exposed is Seot in the bottom of the smoke. And Crucial tag down low as well. It's a good start for Fireflux. They look re-energized, man.
Yeah, they do. After that map victory. Aggression shown down towards Banana. They take map control, get a kill, and then some. A dink onto Crucial. Then just leave Skrunk, who's upgraded that MP9 to an AK. It's going to leave him towards the top of Banana jump spotting. They can rotate a 4th player over towards A to bolster side of the map. Skrunk spotting for info, delaying, buying for time. Now that his util has run out, maybe Fireflux would rotate a player back over. But no, they're reading this well. They know that that util has denied pushed back endpoint. Oh, I say that. Why do I say that? Open my big mouth and the rotation comes through from Fireflux. That's exactly when endpoint work their way in towards middle.
I mean, the utility confirms their position. But even still, Fireflux, only 3 players on the A site when it was 4 moments ago. And the Zulu makes it 2. Soulfly cut down on the bomb site.
Look at this lurk. The lurk from Surreal catches Sensei in rotation, but they still got to try and break apart this crossfire on the site. 3 versus 3, 20 seconds left. The health not great on endpoint. They find Paz. Banjo still kicking in the mini pit. Tucked forces a full clear from Azuru and does so much damage into the 1 versus 2. Skrunk, this is doable. Banjo's done such a good job. They're giving Skrunk an opportunity here to work with.
Has an AK to work with as well.
Health
See what he can do.
Still low.
Yeah, Surreal on an elevated position on the box. Drops down. Sound cue heard. Skrunk still searching for another player. Beautiful headshot from Surreal. Endpoint on the board on Inferno.
Yeah, bit of a fumble from Fireflux. Panicked on the rotations. It looked like they knew exactly what they were doing. Like, it looked like they read endpoint perfectly, but then a couple seconds later they doubt themselves. They're rotating extra player over towards B. Weakens that A site, and endpoint, not only does Azuru find that opening kill, but they get Surreal lurked up in towards long, catching off the rotations. Because by shuffling the deck, by moving the cards and the players around, that's when the gaps are created, which can be exploited on good timings. Now, despite 3 rounds in a row for Fireflux, that second round was costly. They've not had the opportunity to build their bank. You can see the inclination from round 2 to 3 isn't quite as steep. Endpoint, the amount of damage they did stopped the economy from growing as strong as they'd have hoped. So you can see cracks showing in the buy after just 1 round loss for Fireflux. MP9s on Skrunk and Banjo.
Mac 10 on Mighty Max.
He could have got dropped over a weapon, so that indicates to me intention. With
Fast.
this SMG.
Oh, nice double nade and Mighty Max mid-air takes down Skrunk. That's the B-bomb site open for business. This already is a save for Fireflux.
Yep, just like
Don't
that.
even attempt it.
It's what makes Inferno just that little bit more T-sided. The fact that you can just take the 2 players on B and that's it. There's no players nearby to slow you down, throw supportive utility. There's a massive divide between that A and B site, whereas on most maps you have a bit of a middle. You can have a shuffle, a shift across the map with rotations at different points of contact. As this, it's B or A. But yeah, that Mac 10 brought up by Mighty Max gets an opening with a HE, but also the fact that the money is weak for Fireflux, they skimp on helmets. That's what allows Mighty Max that double kill.
Yeah. Endpoint. Not going to hunt too aggressively other than Seot having a little look in the apartments. Their economy's still not set. Look at that from Max. Snap headshot. Rebuy possible, but only with a couple of MP9s in play for Fireflux. This time endpoint default though.
Thanks for that save. Seot entrusted with working Banana on his lonesome. Being a constant presence, Fireflux have to consider and respect. Frees up endpoint. Work mid control with 4, but Fireflux, they've read this. They know and have identified that Seot is on his own towards B. They're going to lean for towards A. Skrunk looking for info, but met. Contact dry into Crucial's AWP. Headshot, bit of overkill. Lurk smoke thrown towards long, will blind Sensei. He's going to walk through with his AWP. Going to continue to search for info and will find Surreal, but that's when endpoint strike up towards the site. Paz removed. 25 seconds, they deploy the util so they can break apart any potential crossfires. Banjo domed on the site. Sensei will pick off one through the edge of the smoke.
That's the bomb.
But it's still an advantage for endpoint.
Bomb out in the open. Incendiary going into the site. Crucial. Gonna have to get those digits punched. 10 seconds left. Where's this bomb plant endpoint? He's waiting for the incendiary to disperse. It's a big bomb site. It might not even matter though. Azuu does eliminate Soulfly, and Sensei's forced to tap out of this round. Endpoint will tie back up 3-3. I was getting a little worried that that bomb wasn't going to go down then.
Yeah, I can see the thought process from Crucial is that Molly denies a plant in a safe spot. For him to get it down safely, he'd have to have planted, or for him to be able to plant immediately whilst that Molly was up, he'd have to have planted on default, which would have exposed himself to short and to apps, which neither of which Endpoint were covering. Both Azuru and Sayot were watching long, were in positions to watch long. So he had to wait for that, and he didn't want to risk going around the default box, exposing himself potentially to that long smoke as the smoke was disappearing. Yeah, and it had gone by that point. They wanted to safely path into the site once the molly had faded. Yeah, it does cut it close with the time. Fireflux are able to save that one AWP, but they're going to be ecoing around at Endpoint, tying the scoreline. See what Sensei can do with this sniper. He's already up onto 8 kills. We boosted up on short. Searching. But will give away the fact that he has the AWP over towards mid. Counter flash comes in towards B, and Soulfly with the P250 actually finds Mighty Max.
There were 3 people at top banana from Endpoint, not a single one of them playing anti-flash.
It's the timing of the flash. They caught them as they were clearing, working their way up, meaning they were ready to trade if there was somebody holding, not for a counter player swing to come through. Perfect timing from Fireflux. Now they execute on towards this B side, but it's scrappy. There's players for Fireflux hiding in amongst the smokes. 3 versus 3 after a couple trades come through. And Sayot finds Scrunk through the smoke, but Sensei still a threat. A minute on the clock. Endpoint, well-timed smoke. Keep him out. It's the jumping shot from Sayot. Crucial hold banana. It's a 4th for Endpoint.
It gets a little sketchy in the interim, but they do pull it across. Now Fireflux can get a full buy back out. Endpoint do have the lead now. After Fireflux started this one 3-0. It's 4 in a row for the T side. Oh, and this is aggressive. Soulfly sprays down 2 as Endpoint attempt to go through the banana util. Massive opening for the CTs.
A chunky HE onto Azuru puts him to half health. Yeah, Fireflux, their aggression on towards banana, it works. We've seen this multiple times. We saw it with Scrunk on an MP9. We've just seen Soulfly do it with an M4, getting the opening kills on towards banana, locking out the control. But that's the only thing that seems to work for them right now. They've got this man advantage. They can now hold towards banana, and there you go. Scrunk, Soulfly team up together to get all 5. The concern for me right now for Fireflux is that, okay, you've won around there, you've identified something that works really well for you, taking banana, but how long does it take for Endpoint to realise that and adapt? How long does it take for Endpoint to say, okay, well, we'll just play retake banana? Or, okay, we'll adjust the way we fight for banana to counter the way that you're taking it. There we go, another fight for banana, another wide swing, but this time a trade comes through. Mighty Max ready, but receives a dink in the process. 4 on 4. Nazu has found the timing to get out just in front of this incendiary. He might have found the perfect time to actually creep all the way through short. He's not being watched by Sensei. He's going to be patient, wait for his teammates to come in. Contact in towards mid. Missed shot from Sensei.
Nazu this whole time walking up short. Mighty Max is the first to fall, though. Banjo drops into the pit, establishes as best a crossfire as he can do with Sensei, who's working in to try and assist him on short. Azuru caught in the trap that Sensei is going to miss the shot on. Won't miss the follow-up. Banjo burns, but Cyril and Crucial still outnumbered.
If they remove Scrunk here, they've got a free pathway, but
oh dear,
line up. That's not the first time I've seen that exact thing happen. We saw it literally on Dust 2, where Banjo was holding upper tunnels and 2 players walk in, clearing angles together, but they end up just lining up. Yeah, again, another opening from Fireflux over towards banana. Endpoint forced their way in. Sure, it goes 1 for 1, but still, they don't get many more opportunities with them now on just pistols. A hero AK for Crucial. Dangerous rifler in his own right. see if he's got what it takes. HG puts Seot down to 5 points of health. Wow.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have Kevlar. Big juicy nade. Molotov's going to force Cyril and Seot into Soulfly's waiting arms. Crucial is quick with a response, but in doing so has been tagged down to 11 points of health. Single bullet will take him down now. Boost.
Surely they should know this. Surely they should identify the boost is about to come through.
Oh!
Ooh, risky from Azu, trying to go for a counter spray. He's Crucial, 1 versus 3. And Sensei will search. Fireflux secure their lead 6-4. Just 2 rounds left in the half. Endpoint will be able to invest once more.
Do they go into Banana again? Do they try and continue this constant fight?
Here's the mind games, right? Is to, if you know that Fireflux are taking Banana heavy with 3 and that's what's working for them, that means they're only 2 towards A, and if they're 2 towards A, you can just rush that. But Fireflux know that, so in the back of their Endpoint's heads, they're going to be thinking maybe Fireflux adapt this round and go 3 towards A. What if they read us?
What if they just send Soulfly down mid?
Yeah, exactly.
He's found a double. And there's a triple. Mighty Max unable to eliminate Azuu in apartments. He's anticipated by Sensei, which leaves Crucial 1 versus 4. Where was this aggression, this coordinated push on Anubis? Where was it?
Where was it on Mirage?
On Mirage.
This is looking like a completely different Fireflux to what we've seen over the last 2 days. They've realised that, oh, okay, aggression works for us, so do it. They've finally figured it out. There's Endpoint already 2 maps up in the series. Yeah, some fast plays from Soulfly. They look so comfortable, so in the zone when they do go aggressive. They can almost piece together exactly the timings and contact points. Ooh, missed Molly. I actually locked Banjo away from the aggression. Oh, has a quick headshot towards Azu, couldn't punish. A free opening kill in the last round of the half. Azu will be in spectate.
Gathering up top of middle. There's 4 players here for Fireflux to hold. And again, they're going to try and force their way in through short, where these crossfires are devastating. No long flank, just not an option, which means that all they can do is stand here and get blended up. I say that's Surreal and Crucial found a couple of kills. Seot gets in, but all traded out. 8-4.
Yeah, I think the toll of the best of 3s, with this being a 4th map in a row, Endpoint disappointed that they didn't find an adaptation. It was identifiable very early on that Fireflux had success with getting openings towards Banana, but we saw very little attempt to change it up from Endpoint. So instead they trail with only 4, but they do swap over to that CT side. We'll see. It's Crucial, who's had a lot of impact this series and yesterday, in all fairness, with the AWP. Find much more. Still top of the scoreboard for Endpoint.
Four-man stack on the A site. Heavy top bracket. Crossfire established. Fireflux might just walk into it. The jump draws the crosshairs. Crucial. And Azuu combined with a couple of kills, but Soulfly is good for 2 of his own.
He's so clean on the pistols, especially the Glocks. Quick trades come through. Max, the lone defender of B, about to be tested as Fireflux go for the rotation. They look to group up with Sensei.
Smoke and a flash. Are you going to use it? No. Too late now. Steps heard. There's one. And a second. And a third.
What? 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 Where did the third one come through? Oh my gosh, please can we get that on a replay? was insane! I was expecting him to maybe get one, and I was like, when he got the first, I was like, oh, okay, cool, he got it.
He gets the first, gets the
first
second.
one.
That's insane.
It was the first shot. Unbelievable for Mighty Max. Gives Endpoint a fighting chance at closing out this best of 5 here on Inferno.
You know what, Mighty Max? You can keep your smoke. That's fine. If you're going to do that, don't mind me. Surreal. Up here on short. Spot Sensei. Seot. Mo's down. Combining with Mighty Max. Scrunk. 1v4. 1v5, in fact. With a Glock. Good luck.
And he's been hunted down. He knows it, but can't quite pass over the bridge without paying the toll. So, Endpoint. Not out of this map just yet. It was a disappointing half in the first, but a good start now with that pistol and the conversion. They can get this buy round. Now we're talking. But bit of a bonus for them. Still working with a couple SMGs and a FAMAS on a Zulu. Good HE damage does soften up Fireflux on Banana.
The difference in Banana approach is here. Endpoint playing for control of just top Banana. Fireflux gonna have to fight through a smoke if they want to take it. Boost. Oh my god, Seot.
The low HP Paz finished off by the Julies. A beautiful flick.
I thought for sure Seot was done there. Out of bullets. Retreating past the danger angle, but no. I was out on top regardless.
I love this crossfire. You've got Surreal in front of the pillar ready to take contact. Another player behind, an anti-flash. And Surreal takes one. A trade does come through.
Yeah, Soulfly.
Shot from Soulfly.
He's been playing his pre-fire maps. Smoke isolates Azuu now as well, and he's going aggressive, swinging and just straight behind the Molotov. He gives himself up for free.
And it's so loud. It's a long peak to make. It's not like it's a sudden white swing. It seems like he's taking forever just to walk towards the smoke, but the flank is going to come through from Endpoint. They've taken Banana. It's a 2-man push coming up mid, and it catches Soulfly. It gives Endpoint a man advantage. Yes, they don't have the sight, but they've still got a Fireflux. They'll have to make their way up. It'll be made easier with that wide swing. In fact, it'll be made even easier with Banjo's double kill. Crucial now in a 1v2. Let's see if he can continue this hot form. No, not with that spray.
That was a real opportunity for Endpoint to get a big gun round win there, and I can't help but think that they've absolutely squandered it. You have an opening from Seot, then you have another from Surreal. Soulfly gets a response, that's fine. Azuu, I don't know what he's doing here.
I don't know what this is either. Mighty Max is sat jiggling in a fight. He doesn't bring time for Seot to come in and swing with him.
Big blunder, and they're paying the price for it now. They've got 5 rifles, sure, but one of them's a FAMAS, the utility a little bit limited. No AWP in play now.
They've completely emptied their bank accounts. It's $100 total left over. It's a 4-man stack, a gamble from Endpoint over towards B. Just Surreal. Trusted by time towards A. Not going to be made easy with Banjo searching, looking for information. He's not going to spot or hear much at all. What I do like the idea of from Endpoint here is making this look like it's an eco stack on A. Because I don't know what utility they've used so far, but I think for the most part it's just been that smoke towards Banana, making it look like, oh, okay, we're eco stacked towards A. Unless Mighty Max just spamming there, just spammed his M4.
That's a fake execution into this B-bomb site. This should keep Endpoint here.
Keep them entertained, that's for sure. Doesn't help that Mighty Max goes down for free. This is such a good read from Fireflux.
Sail eliminating Soulfly. Scrunk playing in the smoke is caught by Crucial, and silence falls on the B-bomb site as A erupt with Paz eliminating Surreal. 3v3, Endpoint have to save the guns here.
No kit. Even if they did have one, the retake is very difficult to pull off on that A site.
And again, goes back to that round from before, where they had 2 opening kills. They had control. All they had to do was trade out. And now, hiding on the B-bomb site. And even with that save, even with saving 3 players, still not enough money to drop rifles here. And a tactical timeout because, yeah, you go all in now. But then if you lose, Fireflux are on 11 and you're on eco.
They don't have the loss bonus to go all in now. I think they need to pull out something special with what they have at their disposal right now. I think, for me, I would say use these 3 rifles to go for some aggressive play. Go for like the mid-push that Soulfly attempted in the first half. Something akin to that. Set these rifles up for success, but instead they're forcing up. They're saying, no, we need to win right here, right now. Try and take control of this game. This isn't a healthy buy to do it with. A concerning investment. Crucial actually saving some. A bit left over. So that if Fireflux do get up, in fact, no, there we go. He's invested a little bit more.
So many
But again, I think even with this buy, I don't want to see a default. I want to see a clear win condition laid out for Endpoint.
I think you've got it. Deep smoke in mid. Second one to the bottom of Banana. Endpoint going aggressive on both sides of the map, but it's Soulfly to open up. And the mid smoke ends up not even being used.
Soulfly completely unfazed with that good spawn, sprinting straight up Banana in front of the majority of the utility. The flash is landing behind him. It's a free kill, and that's one of the rifles for Endpoint. Now Fireflux can just set their sights over towards A, knowing that Endpoint are much more keen to go for these B stacks. I don't hate this gamble from Endpoint going for just a 3-man push on Banana, but there's a ticking timer on it.
And as soon as they try and break, as soon as they start making noise, Mighty Max is miles ahead as well. This is a free kill for Soulfly. Never mind. Mighty Max whips round, does a lot of damage to Senseis as well. Hello, Surreal. Makes it a 3-on-3. Crucial swings in from long, spots them, doesn't want to hang around, at least gets one before going down, but that could have been very messy. I mean, it was very messy, but it could have been disastrous. As it stands, we're in a 2-on-2, and Endpoint are poised for this retake. Both will be coming up short again, though. They had issues with this on their T side. Not being able to get up short cleanly with Banjo on the balcony and Scrunk playing close. So difficult. Scrunk goes for the wide swing. Banjo swings in. Fireflux find 11. Money broken for Endpoint.
They tried to go for the force buy, but from the get-go, they're a man down. From the get-go, they're in a disadvantage. Now they have to eco. There's pistols. Fireflux reaching out. And touching a 5th map. Banjo continues to take apps control for free. Pretty much uncontested every single round. We saw Fireflux on their CT side every single round there was a mollying towards Apps with a HE following up deep, making sure it was uncomfortable for Azulu, who was lurking Apps. But here, as a side swap, Banjo's been taking Apps for free every single round. A bit of a missed molly. Fortunately, it doesn't land inside the Apps. Doesn't block himself off.
Huh.
And, oh, the wall bang.
Yeah, dismantled. This is map point for Fireflux. We're almost certainly going to see Vertigo. And now it's anyone's game. A 2-0 start from Endpoint.
I mean, it was 11-11 on map 3 against Pistols for Endpoint. That is going to be playing in their head. Even if they lose this map here on Inferno, that's still going to be in their head on Dust 2.
Rifle for Mighty Max. He can run away and save that. And they need everything they can get going into the next round because this is looking all but finished. At least as far as Inferno is concerned. Couple of a single P250 kill, and then this 5-7 one tap, which sure gets you a free rifle, but this CT side has been non-existent for Endpoint, and this is a map that they picked as well. They chose to come here as a
I mean,
fourth
all
map.
fairness, there was only 2 maps to choose from. For Endpoint, it was this or Vertigo. Knowing how good a map Vertigo is for Fireflux, I mean, that's going to scare them now. It's real. Tries to apply a bit of pressure in towards Boiler, but runs out of a Boiler as the flash comes through.
Short take.
You tilt.
Hello. Couple of kills. Endpoint, hold on. And they don't hold on for too long either. They evacuate after the initial 2. Anticipating a fast B reaction, in fact, but... well, that might just come true now as Soulfly eliminates Mighty Max with a smoke pop. 2-man rotate, jump up onto the boost. Soulfly getting cheeky. Straight through. Finds the first. And Azuru with a nade out is in no position to trade. He's being battered up by these bullets coming through the smoke.
Such a sticky spot.
This is a horrendous situation.
Down.
It's flank on flank, crucial. Flanking through CT, but then look at Banjo. He's in a great position to shut Crucial out of the round, and Azuru now has it all to do. He's got the entire map on his shoulders with just 24 points of health in the back of the bomb site, and he can't do anything. Soulfly wipes him out. Surreal. A known quantity in Banana. The swing comes through. 13-6. Fireflux demolish Endpoint on their pick of Inferno, and that means we go all the maps, all 5 in this best of 5 series, and we're going to Vertigo.
This could be a reverse sweep. From being 11-11, just 2 rounds away, Endpoint, from taking the grand final, they could have just lost it into a reverse sweep. Who knows? We'll only be able to find out by watching Vertigo coming up next after this quick break.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
Hello and welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024, the final map of Counter-Strike in this tournament. And it all comes down to Vertigo. This best of 5 between Endpoint and Fireflux. It was 2-0. Endpoint were just 2 rounds away from closing it out 3-0. But we could be facing a reverse sweep as we enter Vertigo, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, on Dust 2, they lost against a half-buy and ended up losing the map because of it. A devastating way to go down when they were so close to victory. We've just had Inferno, and they've been absolutely bodied. It was, what, 13-6? I mean, they barely showed us a peep, and that was, you know...
It was the most one-sided map out of the 4 we've seen so far.
Yeah, and that was their choice. I mean, granted, yeah, it was between that and Vertigo, but that means they would have rather have played Inferno against Fireflux than play Vertigo, which is up next. And sure, Endpoint have a decent win rate on Vertigo. It's up in the 60% range, which is a good, you know, they've used it as a joker pick during this tournament even. It's a map that they are at least versed on. But this is anyone's game now. It's 2-2.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Is that if Endpoint picked Inferno, that means they would have fancied their chances more against Inferno than Vertigo. So how are they feeling now after losing Inferno 13-6, expecting Vertigo to be in a harder map for them? Not a good sign at all. And we will be heading into the pistol round already of Vertigo between these two teams. Endpoint starting on that CT side, the defensive side, Fireflux on the T side. And this map leans only just slightly towards the T side. Relatively balanced, but it's fast from Fireflux straight up towards the ramp. Pushing Azubu back, playing a retake capacity.
5 sets Kevlar. Fireflux looking for a bit of a brawl on the top end of the map, and Paz going to find an opening. Seok caught behind the sandbags in middle. And Azubu caught off by the opening. And a lurk up through Ivy. Banjo eliminates. They're getting wrapped on here on this top bomb site. Another kill for Banjo, leaving Crucial and Surreal. Crucial holds his own, but Surreal falls. Banjo with the final kill. Fireflux, a decisive pistol victory.
Yeah, that's a disappointment there for Endpoint. They were set up for that mid-hold, but a bit of pressure applied towards A caused those rotations to be heavily compromised. Especially with the split coming from both mid and the ramp. Fireflux off to a good start. Set themselves up for this reverse sweep. Endpoint going to be forcing up on the second round. 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles, a 5-7. Not the worst investment. But by no means the best at all.
Quiet falls across the map. Endpoint waiting for Fireflux to walk into their little trap that they've got set. Skrunk is going to start searching. And Soulfly a little bit ahead. Crucial. Swings out, well timed, eliminates Sensei. Some man advantage for Endpoint.
It's an early kill, but not only that, it's a SMG kill on Crucial, giving him $600 cash reward, meaning he can get that AWP up as early as possible when they go for the buy round. But the context of this round, it's a man advantage. Missed smoke, or it might have been a blocked smoke even. And towards that top site, Fireflux start to accelerate. These smokes providing these pistols a lot of cover to work with. Mighty Max a Deagle kill onto Soulfly. Azubu still yet to be revealed. He strikes, finds Strunk, and even Paz. 2 quick kills and a double swing. Banjo falls. A beautiful sight hold from Endpoint with SMGs and pistols. They find a second round break, and look what it does to the cash of Fireflux. Round 3, after winning the pistol, Fireflux only have 1.7 grand at most per player.
That's what we like to see from Endpoint. Getting that initial pick, being disciplined, falling back, making sure they can still play together on that bomb site. Azubu doing an excellent job of staying hidden until the prime moment for him to come in and steal the round away from Fireflux. And again, he doesn't overextend, gets the first kill, falls back. It's only when the rest of his team are in a better position to help him out that he swings in, gets another kill. An immediate attack pause called from Fireflux. They weren't expecting that one.
Not at all. Hardstyle, again, the coach for Fireflux. Something which endpoint I believe they don't have right now. Their last coach, Holmes, left within the last month.
Yeah, it was a trial basis.
Yeah. They don't have that voice of wisdom behind them unless they've got their manager, Neil M. Perhaps trying to worm his way into some support. Around number 3 endpoint. Yeah, a great opportunity because they still have those MP9s. And it's a weak buy for Fireflux. As missing Kevlar helmets on only one player, Banjo. An opportunity for endpoint to farm some cash, get themselves off to a strong lead.
Max pressured on the ramp. Counter util from endpoint. There's a little bit of damage. Re-aggress is crucial. Has been caught off solo in gap. And Max running out of bullets. He's going to go down. Azuru trying his best to hold, but again, it's 1-for-1 trades and favouring Fireflux at the moment. Paz now going to make himself a little bit of a gap here in middle. See if he can pull off a little flank as Fireflux go for a B rotation.
The real spots across, and the information is not mutual. Bill can now find the timing to flank Paz. If he wants to, he can come. Oh, but no. Teaser coming in behind him. Fought back turn. Does survive just about, but such a panicky spray. Will finish off Sensei.
No way.
Sayok comes in to support. It's Paz now in a 1 versus 2, but the health so low on these players. Needs to just land the body shots. The headshot angles aren't the one, but he doesn't have the bomb in his control. His health equally as low.
This should be nigh impossible for Paz, and there it is. Cyril finishes it off. He has gotten away with murder.
Absolutely. That was squeaky bum time, quite literally. He was getting shot on the bum.
Yeah. The fact that Sailt's able to bail him out there.
Yeah. And a much needed recovery. That could have been so disastrous for Endpoint after losing the trades 3-2 on the ramp. Some wide swings coming in, wild sprays, running out of bullets, not clinical at all.
And considering I just praised Endpoint for how disciplined they were, that was anything but.
Yeah.
Zoo aggressive on the ramp. This is a nice shutdown coming in so far, but the kill will come
Another
through.
force.
There's another force, and it's not paid off in the slightest. Sensei, 1 versus 4 with the Galil.
There's a big gap for him in towards middle. That gap is about to be plugged by Mighty Max's rotation in towards elevator. Endpoint are going to continue to search, pushing deep behind the ramp. He's got a flank of Sayok coming in behind the ladder in just a moment's time. And there you go. Endpoint collect their third. Yeah, that's 2 force buys in a row from Fireflux and Tech9 and Kevlar. They found success in their trades initially the first time, but the second time of trying, Endpoint go, okay, no, we're going to change it up a little bit. Have more utility to do so. And finally, Fireflux go down to an eco, go down to pistols.
Attempt on the Deagle early on. Azuru going to progress down ramp. Wanting to farm a bit of cash with that MP9. There it is. Success found. Soulflight eliminated. And he's got full control of bottom ramp.
Just be slow for Fireflux. Splitting up, looking for clues. See if they can solve the endpoint mystery whilst on just pistols. Now start to converge over towards B, seeing an opportunity, but they on Surreal and Crucial chime in. Mop them up. Clean round for Endpoint. An opportunity to build some profit. Increasing their profit margins. Now, round number 6. We're halfway through the half, or almost halfway through. And only just now the Fireflux have rifles out.
Dangerous gambit at the start. Final map of a best of 5, and it doesn't pay off for Fireflux. Zuu, this time Molotov at position, unable to go so aggressively down ramp. He's still on the MP9. Oh, double nade.
Thrown in his direction, and yeah, nade stacked. They knew that he wanted to go for that swing. They knew that he wanted to give it another swing. Yeah, it is traded. 4 for 4. Fireflux still going to be content with a 1 for 1 opening. Thinning the Endpoint defense. They're going to be leaning, gambling over towards A with 3 players. Perhaps going for proactive information play. You can see on the minimap Crucial pushing down. Catwalk. In the meantime, Fireflux set themselves up for a B site here where Surreal is the lone defender. He's fallen back passively. But it's a full contact. Full creep up from Skrunk, and he was going first with the bomb. There was no trade potential behind that engagement, but he wins it.
Seot playing a deep angle. Gonna drop a smoke to try and get him into the bomb site. Nice headshot onto Skrunk. Caught out of position on the catwalk. Allows Seot to advance, but Paz on alert catches Mighty Max, which means Seot's an island. Crucial. Had to be washed away. Fireflux crack open B.
Poor timing there from Endpoint. High risk play from Fireflux pans out. That contact. Odds of that paying off aren't great, right? Because there's so many ways that could go wrong with Skrunk so far in the lead. Showing the bomb first. If he just walks into a crosshair, goes down. No time for a trade. Oh, Endpoint. Still money in the bank. Flying up. Now Zuu's finally got a rifle. Crucial with the AWP. HE gonna soften him up. Keep him at bay. The 2-1-2 for Endpoint. Vying for B stairs control. In fact, even more so, they're vying for B main control with deep smoke. Keeps Banjo behind. In the meantime, Endpoint have got the majority of ramp with only 2 players.
Fireflux. Still playing passive at the bottom of the ramp. And a lean B. Endpoint have no information. They have been pushed back. They're compensating with a bit of a mid-take. Crucial walking in, playing contact with the AWP. Paz had success on the lurks in the past.
So
Here's the steps of them falling back. Yeah. Oh, nice little boost over the edge of the smoke. Sensei gonna walk straight into danger. Surreal clears him.
I love that angle from Surreal. Cheeky off angle, but ooh.
I don't love that.
Yeah, no, that I do not. Going for a spray through that wall. Just invites the spray to come back in return. But still a man advantage as Zuu gets 1.
But Zuu, the ramp player. Oh. They head back towards the ramp. 15 seconds on the clock. This is so separated. Banjo needs to get this bomb down with 8 seconds left. Crucial. Stops him in his tracks. Fireflux. Nothing Skrunk can do.
It's scrappy on both sides. A walk through a smoke from Fireflux doesn't pan out. They somehow get the trade from a silly spray. Mighty Max caught in rotation, overextending, sticking around for a fight. Not enough time on the board for Fireflux. Endpoint also being split between 2 sites. But the UK side do maintain that lead. In fact, they stretch that lead. Only that, but they put Fireflux in the compromising spot with their buy. There's no doubt this tactical pause is about discussing whether they want to invest or not. Scrunk has that AK saved. Banjo can invest, so can Sensei. Scrunk can perhaps drop a Galil over. It'll probably only be Paz on a compromise. You know, the Galil's dropped over to him. There we go. Skrunk's the one with the Tech 9. Perhaps wanting Paz and that lurk in mid. Have a rifle.
Round number 8. Fireflux. You're going for a bit of a ramp rush. Looking to take control early this time with the lack of utility and the lack of weapons, and it might just pay off. 2 kills found to the 1 of Endpoint.
Again, it's been that missing formula, or rather the secret formula for Fireflux and the success that they've had, but they don't even seem to have realised it. It's the aggression. When they play fast and explosive, that's where they've been finding the success this entire best of 5. It's where they've been finding the success this entire tournament. Yeah, it does seem somewhat lost on them. But this time they use it. This time it pans out. 1-man advantage after the trades on ramp. And they're just going to use Banjo to search for info over towards B.
Scrunk. The Molotov set out of position. Forces him to drop a smoke. Surreal might get caught in transition here as the lurk up the ramp. Just about manages to get away. He's got the entire T side to defend against here, and they're closing him down. Molotov out of position. He's only good for 1-man advantage. Taken away by Crucial. Fireflux still trying to get this bomb down. Smoke on default. Coating this bomb site. Oh, tap over the top of the box. But Sail is going to go down to Scrunk. Crucial. Needs to do it all. Caught. Emerging from the smoke. It is going to be Fireflux. Breaking the streak.
Again, it's so scrappy. These rounds, but by nature of how Fireflux are playing the mid rounds, is very contact heavy towards B. They know that after they make such heavy presence towards A, and there's good reason for this, right? It is that the meta for so long on Vertigo was a case of if you took ramp control as the T's, you'd get into the mid round, you then just sit and wait, and then you'd last minute hit the A site. So Endpoint's rotations are often leaning over towards A in those mid rounds and just saying, okay, we'll gamble stack it, play retake B. But Fireflux, their adaptation, the extra layer they're adding is an extra lurk over towards B in those mid rounds. But as I'm saying all this, Fireflux are just getting picked off one by one. It's suddenly Sensei in a 1 versus 3.
Now, the one benefit that Sensei has is that Endpoint are split. You can find a 1v1 on every single member of Endpoint at the moment. Sail's in a great position to cut him off at the top of the ladder. Oh, no, he's fumbled the spray. Vertical engagement so difficult to deal with in Counter-Strike.
Sensei just spins like a Beyblade. Spins all the way up and then has to pivot 180 degrees. That was quite funny to watch.
But this is how
that
starts.
Does make, yeah, Endpoint now have to split up even further. And Fireflux, or Sensei to be precise, says free reign enter any of the bomb sites he chooses. Considering Surreal currently in T-spawn, and
he's also low on HP.
Yeah, Crucial just tucked in towards the sandbags.
Working in. Surreal. Should have the timing here on Sensei. Yeah, there it is.
Endpoint eventually clean house after some aggressive openings on their CT side. Actually, considering that was a weaker investment for them. SMG's in play. That's to shut down Fireflux. And look what it's done to the economy of the T side. Fireflux now working with 2 AKs, 3 pistols. Bit of util thrown by Soulfly to block information here on A.
Ooh.
Bit of spam. Say, hey, Endpoint, there's at least 2 of us here. But if you can see on the minimap, it's very clear the bomb's setting its way over towards B. As soon as I say it, man, I'm Casticus and everything right now. As soon as I say that, Fireflux start to rotate over towards A.
Charted a course
I
back
actually, yeah, I like this call because as I already established in that big rant I went on in the last round, Fireflux's mid rounds have so often been just a late round contact up towards that B site after the initial engagements. But Endpoint, their adjustment here is, okay, let's not give them that opening engagement so they don't have a man advantage. And also mid to late round, let's lean heavier towards B. Fireflux have read this perfectly. They've contacted all the way up, silently taken so much ground, and now they're ready to execute onto a site, which Endpoint are defending very passively. The difference is Fireflux don't have that man advantage. Endpoint can sit back, Azuu can hold in a very elevated angle. The rotation can come through for Endpoint.
Oh, big kill. Soulfly gone. Head spotted of Skrunk. The second smoke will come into position. Azuu has been eliminated though. Unsuccessful on the elevated angle. Max going to pop a smoke. Caught by Paz. Crucial with 1. It's getting messy. Seot does stabilize. Surreal deep. Catches Sensei with his back turn. And Banjo punches the digits and then immediately gets domed. It's a 7th for Endpoint, guaranteeing themselves a lead at the half.
Yeah, it's much more of a well-concerted effort from Endpoint there. Playing retake. They say, look, yeah, we'll lean heavy towards B, play retake A. But Fireflux still find ways to get scrappy. It's the nature of how the A site works now with the increased amount of angles and routes and possibilities. You've got the catwalk around the outside. You've got the extra gap. Means for plenty of opportunities to Fireflux to play with smokes there. But for now, they're going to be ecoing, saving for the last round of the half.
Endpoint have been caught off by ecos in the past. Need to make sure they don't hear it in map 5 of this grand final. Zuu, the sole custodian of the ramp. Just going to play to jiggle. Seot taps out Banjo on the B site. Soulfly's managed to make his way up, though. Contact taken as Zuu falls back. His teammate comes in, but look at Soulfly's position. Straight up on the bomb site, catches Azuu in retreat. Mighty Max none the wiser. Soulfly can now bear down a headshot, but not a kill. Sensei finds one of his own as well. It gets a little bit scary for Endpoint, but they do find an 8th.
Yeah, the early position from Soulfly. Yes, it catches off 1, but Fireflux weren't in a position to capitalize on that with the fast rotating players of Endpoint. No utility to lock them out, just long range angles, multiple different fights that the CTs could choose to take. Final round of the half. All the rifles. Lil's AKs and M4s. It's aggression again for Fireflux. It's successful. At least at getting the first, but Crucial still sticks around and finds the equalizer.
Surreal. Here on this B site. Looks like he might be getting split on as Fireflux. Posture 2 players underneath B, and they got 2 waiting in the wings here in middle. Endpoint still committing 3 players to the ramp. Surreal is isolated. He is alone.
This is about to be a 2-2 split, fortunately for Surreal. With his forward position, Mighty Max has info on mid. I'm looking at the util Surreal has. He's got plenty, but he's not in a position to use it. A smoke, incendiary into HE.
And Seot spots the mid attack. Molotov is going to keep him away, but a good smoke will block. He can hold this push up to heaven. Soulflight takes down Surreal, but Mighty Max finds a double. Sayot's in with a kill on Tulpars, and that leaves Banjo 1v3. Last round of the half.
Sayot knows. Circling around that smoke, knows that Banjo has crept through. Especially with Crucial having cleared the flank, and Banjo searches for the fight. Sayot wins it a 9-3 half. Much more comfortable for Endpoint than we've seen throughout the majority of this series. And the thing is, this was the map which Endpoint were kind of scared to pick. Even if it's a good map for them, they were scared to pick it against Fireflux. And that is a strong half. Let's see if it's their CT side that Endpoint were scared of. Swapping over, Endpoint now on the offensive side. It's going to be 5 sets of Kevlar for them.
Again, Brawley. Same as Fireflux did on their T side.
I mean, this looks like a bit of a default considering it's a pistol round. The Glock searching for fights across the map. 2 towards ramp, 2 towards B. Crucial will be successful in finding his duel. And that buys space for Azu to lurk out in towards mid, searching for more fights. Messy on the spray with the Glock. Won't be able to find the kill, but gets away with it. In the meantime, Crucial has eventually been dealt with on ramp.
Banjo.
Oh,
defender. I say that he has got an assistant. No, he hasn't. They're both gone. They're both dead. Endpoint might make it double digits in the opening stages of the second half of the final map of this best of 5. Unless Soulfly has something to say about it. He gets 1 kill, but only 1, and Scrunk Dinked will fall back with his defuse kit.
Well, he saved the $400 defuse kit. Might come into use next round if Fireflux choose to go for a force. And judging by the fact that this scoreline's about to be 10-3... Oh wait, no, he's going to attempt a last second ninja defuse. He does have time for it, but Mighty Max is here. Guaranteeing the victory. I didn't hate the attempt for Scrunk. There was...
No, I like it.
Yeah. And he timed it perfectly in terms of having the kit. There was just over 5 seconds left on that bomb. But Mighty Max ready for it. Endpoint now just 3 rounds away from victory. From closing out a series they should have closed out 2 maps ago.
They took the long way. In doing so, their Dust 2 map score got worse. Their Inferno map score got worse. But Vertigo's looking pretty damn good right now.
Shall I say the magic words?
No.
I'm going to say it. It's looking pretty dire for Fireflux right now. Forcing up with P250s. Not even 5.7, P250s on 2 players. Endpoint. We're taking the ramp for free. A little bit of chip damage done toward them. Thanks to some HEs. Might make them within 1-shot headshot realm. Counter util coming through. There's time for Endpoint. They can wait out the smokes if they want. Even if they force their way in, I want them to be composed, and so far they are. They're not overextending. They're just taking the fights 1 by 1 at a time. And yeah, they win them all, leaving Banjo. It's good for 1 swing, but the trade comes through. Endpoint up to 11.
2 rounds away from a grand final victory here at Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024.
That'll be 2 in a row if they do. They are the reigning champions. They won Intel Reloaded, Tulpars Reloaded 2023. That was on LAN. Looking to keep the title for another year.
And Fireflux on not even a half buy. This is an eco with 2 pistols. We saw it get sketchy on Dust 2 when Fireflux did go for a half buy when Endpoint were on the brink of winning, but I can't see that happening here on Vertigo. It would have to be downright perfection from both Soulfly and Paz with these Deagles.
Imagine being Fireflux right now. After fighting back 2 maps in a row, you were down 2 rounds away from losing. You fight back 2 maps to reverse sweep it, but now on the 3rd, you're ecoing, allowing Endpoint to get up onto map point. Grand final point.
Yeah, Banjo. Consolation frag at this stage. Endpoint, map point, tournament point. After Fireflux come back from 2 maps down to 2-2, we go on to Vertigo, and Endpoint are dumpstering them. 1 gun round. That's all Fireflux have to keep their tournament life.
I do have the AWP up on Sensei, but Crucial has his own on the T side to rival it. AWP shots traded. Sayop used that as an opportunity to sneak up, unbeknownst. The U-tilt pushes him back. Offens him up very low, especially after that spam. Endpoint is relatively patient for them, a 3-1-1, just seeing if anything is given their way. They don't want to be the ones to make the mistakes, to allow Fireflux an opportunity to mount a comeback. They're playing not to lose this one.
More noise being made on the ramp. Sensei's going to open things up on Azuru, lurking in middle. Sayot still spamming at the ramp. Crucial. He'll be joining his team on the way up to the B site. Banjo dropped. That's an opening. Paz swings in. Eliminates 1. Looks for a second. Does a lot of damage, but the HE will finish him off. 3 on 3. These Endpoint players are battered and bruised. Sensei still fighting in the back of the site. There's another. Sayot equalizes. It's all on Mighty Max, the in-game leader. Top of the scoreboard for Endpoint. He can't do it. We go for at least 1 more.
Man, that was hard to watch, that swing from Surreal. He gets the opening on towards the site, but then there's no trade to come through with it because Crucial is just posted on the sandbags. He's in a great spot to just swing, catch out that Fireflux player on the site. Then it's the HE to finish it off, but in doing so, there's time bought for the rotation to come through. The site hit fizzles out for Endpoint. Still able to invest. This time it's looks to be a bit of a 5-man play up the ramp. Fireflux in a 2-1-2. Thinks traded. Through the top. Max setting up a molly. The back of 51. 4 off angle from Soulfly. Sayot tries to trade. The second trade attempt is successful. But not before Soulfly's already found 2. Guaranteed that man advantage. Fireflux fall back to play a bit more passive on the site, but it bought time for the rotation to come through. It's a 4-man stack towards A. The CTs. This is looking to be proactive. They've cleared out the gap. They've cleared out Ivy.
They're executing straight into this. Surreal going to drop a smoke. As will Crucial, looking to lock off this bomb site and attempt to get some control. But Sensei playing ahead. Good for a 1-for-1. Smoke spam. Surreal dances. As soon as a sound cue is made, Scrunk will eliminate. Nice kill from Crucial. 1 versus 3. Becomes 2. For the grand final. There's another kill. Brings into the 1v1. Paz on the other side of the server, and Crucial is going to devastate Fireflux in the 1 versus 3 for a grand final. Grand final victory. Their second in a row for Endpoint. Sorry, my brain's fried after that 5-map affair. It looked pretty bad coming into this map after a lackluster lost to Dust 2 in the late stages. Inferno looking anything but good. And then here on Vertigo, Endpoint dig deep, and they take it all away.
Yeah, looking dominant on that CT side, and a clutch to finish it off from Crucial. No better way to finish it. Probably the MVP of the tournament, the highest rated player for Endpoint in both the semi-finals and for this best of 5 entirely. I mean, on the first 3 maps, he was averaging a 1.3 rating. An incredible performance from him, finding multi-kills and impact all over the place when he was set up for them. So congratulations to Endpoint, a really impressive victory from them.
Yeah, lovely stuff from them. I mean, yeah, what a way to end it. I was getting nervous, I'll be honest. I was getting very, very nervous. Like the first couple of maps, Dust 2, it gets to like, they're starting to mount a comeback. I think it was what, like 10-6, right? Starting to mount a comeback. I'm like, okay, this is cool. They've got this. They'll drag this one across the line. Then they lose to a half bye. And it goes on to this like downward spiral of losing Dust 2, losing Inferno in a decisive fashion where I gave them the edge on Inferno as well. And yeah, what a way to close it on Berg.
Yeah. That is us done for the tournament. The Counter-Strike CS2 event by Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. Second place for Fireflux, but it's another victory for Endpoint. The reigning champions 2 years in a row. That's all from us, so thank you. I've been Timo, I've been joined by Index. That's all from us, goodbye.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.